Canada gave us the guidelines that we were to follow in determining who we would give medals to. So 6 of the medals I'm going to present tonight. I have Fort Erie and Niagara-on-the-Lake, which I represent, and so we're trying to divide the medals up reasonably across the 3 communities that I represent. The recipients tonight have made extraordinary contributions to making our community a better place to live, and we are proud of their accomplishments. Their drive truly makes a difference. They are indeed a true reflection of Her Majesty's legacy, and this is a fitting way to celebrate Her Majesty's Diamond Jubilee. So I do want to tell you and to the public that making the nominations to the Governor-General of Canada was probably one of the hardest things I've had to do, as my role as an MPP, because I could probably give out 2,000 medals or more to so many people across my riding for the wonderful things they do. So to try to bring it down to 14 was a difficult, it was very difficult. And I'm not going to mention names, but I want to thank many of the people that I spoke to and asked for their advice of who they thought would be appropriate. So without further ado, I want to start out with Michelle Trevano, who's my executive assistant for Queen's Park, and myself. We'll come up front. I've never seen, this is pretty cool, the bar across here, yeah. And we're going to present them. I do want to let the public know that we've already presented 1 medal. And you were there, Your Worship, when we presented it to Mike Strange for his box run, and that was the first one I gave out, and it made sense to do it at his event. So that's the first one. And tonight are the ones from Niagara Falls that we're going to be giving out. So, and Kristen, who's with me, is going to do the photography. Are we all set?
Good.
Okay, good. All right. How was that? Is that pretty good? Okay. Thank you. So the first recipient is Sheila Hoskins. Sheila, come on up. This is a shock to you. Come on up. You can trust the mayor. Sheila is the recipient. Just to give you some background on Sheila. She's the recipient of the Paul Harris Fellowship Award. She's a founding member of the Niagara Falls Community Health Center. She is a member of the Board of Governors of the Shaw Festival, of the Greater Niagara General Hospital, of the Community Care Access Center, and well, I could go on and on and on. She has been a tireless worker to benefit everyone in the community, and she gives hours and hours of her own personal time because she truly cares. So having said that, I have a certificate from myself and from the Governor-General of Canada to present to you. No check, sorry. And too bad. And this is, and actually it's a real, I shouldn't kid, because this is really, it's a very nice medal. I know you've seen it, Mr. Mayor. This is the Queen's Jubilee, so I hope you get to wear it often and proudly wherever. Okay. The second recipient is Carol May Maidens. Carol? Beside the mayor?
Oh, do I have to?
I say that all the time. Carol May is also a recipient of the Paul Harris Fellowship Award. In addition, she served on the Hospital Board of Governors as well as the Hospital Foundation. This is one of my favorite ones. She's on the Wiggle Waggle Walkathon, and it's dear to her, and that's to do with our animals and our dogs in particular. And I know you, myself, and I've seen Wayne Thompson a few times wiggle waggle around, so congratulations for that. So list all the boards Carol has served on. I would tell you it would probably take me an hour. That's how many she has served on. She was recently participated in a fundraiser for Wellspring, Niagara, and she walked 75 kilometers and raised money for a worthy cause. A feat she's particularly proud of, 75 kilometers. That's truly amazing. So Carol, thank you so much for all the good work you do, and I'm pleased to present you with this.
Can I just say one thing?
No.
I walked my age.
With your permission, Mr. Mayor, we'll give her 2 medals. Congratulations. Right here.
You stop kissing the girls.
No, they're kissing me, Jim.
Okay.
Sorry. The next recipient, everyone knows her, but I will say her name, and that's my good friend Karen Stern. Karen, come on up. Karen has served as the Executive Director of Heart Niagara for 15 years and is also the recipient of the Community Spirit Award. I think everyone in this community knows Heart Niagara, and there are so many people who have benefited from Heart Niagara, and I know many of them personally. She was recently the recipient of the Women of the Year Award and certainly deserved it. Additionally, Karen is a devoted wife and a mother who still sets aside the time to volunteer with our community. So we are really lucky, and I say that all sincerely, to have you in our team and our community. So it's a pleasure to present to you. I have it, so I do. To present to you the Diamond Jubilee Medal, and again, hope you have a chance to wear it proudly wherever you go. You got a fan club.
That's not how you're able to do so much in the community.
You got Michelle here. What would you do otherwise?
One day I'll get a medal.
The next recipient, and I'm going to ask 2 people to come up, is Gary and Jill Taylor. So Gary and Jill are the founders for the Needy, Not for the Greedy, a not-for-profit organization dedicated to providing a variety of medical and assistive devices to individuals around our community. And I will tell you, as a provincial member of Parliament, I have sent many people over to their location, their store. And for those of you who don't know, it's a very unique service that these 2 individuals, Gary in particular, but Jill, it would be nothing if it wasn't for Jill, right? Yeah.
He tells you how to do it.
She does, yeah. I know what it's like. But just so you know, people who have disability problems and need wheelchairs or need a number of assistive devices, it's amazing what this gentleman has been able to find throughout this province that might have been thrown out or destroyed, and has brought them back to Niagara Falls, has fixed up wheelchairs, and in some cases were worth $10,000–15,000 to be purchased, and he's made them available at a very reasonable price to people in need in our community. It's just amazing. So I need to say thank you very much for that. And Jill, of course, tender wishes. You're the biggest bear I've ever seen. But for what you do for the kids, and you as well, Gary, it's phenomenal. So just want to say Niagara Falls has been a better place because of both of you. And so, although I only have 1 medal, it is for both of you. Just want you to know that. So this is presented to both of you. And congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The next one is, this one is pretty cool. It's not in my notes, but I can remember, I gotta tell you, I remember the day that the Boys and Girls Club said to me, can you help us raise money? And I thought what they meant was I do my usual, sit in the dunk tank. And so I said yes. What I didn't understand, and they called me the next day and said, thank you for agreeing to do this. You're going to jump out of an airplane. And that's how, and Wayne, you remember that because you gave a donation. You do know him well, don't you? And the only reason I mention this is because the next recipient did the same thing, and that's Jeff. So, Jeff, I want you to come up, and I want you to come up with Elaine as well. Come on. So for most of us in the community, we know Jeff because signatures are signed. But I know Jeff, and lots of you do as well because of your involvement, both of your involvement, particularly with the Boys and Girls Club of Niagara. So Jeff and Elaine have served on the board together as different times as presidency of the Boys and Girls Club Foundation and the Boys and Girls Club Board. Jeff, in particular, I spent a lot of time with Jeff. No, we're not going steady, but I spent a lot of time with Jeff. Felt like it. But I spent a lot of time with Jeff, so because he chaired the capital campaign to raise money for that new Boys and Girls Club that we built. And for you, Jeff, I know it was a labor of love that resulted in a brand new facility for the children and the youth of Niagara. So both to you, Jeff and Elaine, you are truly a deserving couple that complements each other, whether it be working side by side, volunteering. You never fight, you never argue. No, okay. And really, their first priority, I have to tell you, is family and community. That I can tell you. So we just want to say thanks. And this is a small way that we can do that by presenting the medal to you, sir. And the last medal I'm going to present, now this person has two names. It's kind of unusual that a person has, thanks Jim, it's kind of unusual that a person has two names in the community. So I'm going to give you the name that we kind of call him by, without saying his real name, and see if you can guess who it is. You ready? So we call him Mr. Heartland Forest. And that's Dan Bowman.
That wasn't supposed to happen. Okay.
Anything goes at City Council of Niagara Falls, right?
That's why our ratings are so
That's why
high.
the ratings. That's why it's a great council. So I was saying to Dan, and Jim said the same thing. We're used to seeing Dan dressed in his cowboy boots, his blue jeans, his hat. Because if you've been to Heartland Forest, that's Dan. And I said to him on the way in, "Are you running for office? You look fantastic." He made it. That's right. So Dan has poured his heart and soul, and I say that they're not just words, into creating Heartland Forest. It's a benchmark across this province for all parks to be modeled after. Heartland Forest is truly a fully accessible nature experience with a goal to preserve and protect and educate. If you ever get a chance to go out there and see the kids who have some form of a disability and see them walk through the park, and just you have to be there to see it, to really feel it. He's also a symbol of a true citizen. He's a founder and has passionately put his heart into environmental issues, community engagement. And so I want to say again, we are blessed to have access to such a beautiful facility because you care. And you are really, truly a visionary behind Heartland Forest. You are truly Mr. Heartland Forest, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you, Council.
Well done. As the council chamber is vacating, we would invite up our next presenter, Patricia and Lori from Snow and Leaf Buddies. And I believe they will be making a deputation and presentation right now to council as well. Yeah, work your way up.
Thank you for this opportunity.
Yeah, welcome. Wait, we'll maybe just give them 1 sec here, so as we try to vacate a little bit here. Yeah. Okay, we welcome Patricia and Laura here from Snow and Leaf Buddies. Welcome.
Thank you very much. We appreciate this opportunity. We're from Community Support Services of Niagara. Not sure if next is... There we go. And we are a nonprofit agency with funding from the local health integrated network with 3 offices, one in Welland, Beamsville, and St. Catharines. And between the 3 offices, we serve the entire Niagara region. Our focus is to really help seniors and adults with physical disabilities be able to continue to live independently at home. And a lot of our services would not exist if it weren't for volunteers. We will focus on the Snow and Leaf Buddies this evening, but we just want to touch base. We have a variety of different programs throughout the Niagara region. Out of our Beamsville and Welland offices, we have Meals on Wheels and transportation. And for the Niagara Falls area, we have volunteer visiting, homemaking, home maintenance, repair, and of course our Snow Buddies that we'll focus on tonight. Every 10 minutes in Ontario, at least one senior visits the emergency department due to a fall, and every 30 minutes, a senior is admitted into the hospital system because of the injuries from that fall. So it does happen a lot, and this is not capturing all the other near falls that don't require to go to emergency. It does also cost a lot of healthcare dollars. So our focus is to do something about this, and that is setting up programs that prevent falls from happening. So connecting seniors with Leaf and Snow Buddies, as well as the Safety at Home program and other programs that we can connect them with, mean healthier, safer, stronger seniors. And Safety at Home is the program that Snow Buddies is part of, because people are injured at home more than any other location. This is where we can make a really big difference, and that's what our focus is really the quality of life for people. So Safety at Home, we offer free home visits, whether it's a house or apartment, it doesn't matter. We have the Snow Buddies program that we'll tell you more about, and assisted devices, subsidy dollars, if someone needs a grab bar and they're not able to purchase one. We've also had great partnership in sending people also for the needy, not the greedy as well. They've been a great help. And home modifications. And we find a lot of our recommendations are no cost or low cost, but can make a really big difference. So this year, we added Leaf Buddies to the Snow Buddies program, and I'll let Lori talk a little bit more about that.
Is this on?
I don't know. Is it on? Push the button. Yeah.
There we go. Okay. The Leaf and Snow Buddy program services are primarily our clients who are mostly senior citizens, and this is a typical client. Many of our clients have physical disabilities, they have medical conditions, they're on a fixed income, which allows them not to be able to pay for the service of snow removal or leaf removal. A lot of them also have services that come in and out of their homes, home care services, medical services, so they need their driveways and their walkways clear to allow these services to come in and out. The Leaf Buddy program, which we introduced this year, the Snow Buddies program, this would be the 4th season that it's been running. We decided to introduce a leaf removal program as well. A lot of seniors need support in the fall as well as in the winter. Of course, the Leaf Buddy program will help prevent falls. These programs are also run, and primarily the people that volunteer for it are students. It helps them get their volunteer hours, their community service hours. Our hope is with the Leaf Buddy program that the matches can start earlier, starting in the fall, moving into the winter, and the students can then help them remove their snow as well. It's a good community involvement for the students, helping a neighbor, an intergenerational interaction between the student and the senior, and it's a free support for our seniors and clients that can't afford to pay. The Snow Buddy program is, of course, when we match volunteers with seniors, we try to match them geographically to make it easy and accessible for the students to get to their senior buddy's home. It is a free snow removal service. It is a service that will help prevent slips and falls. It is a volunteer opportunity for our students, and it is support for our seniors in the community.
So as Lori said, we are going into our 4th winter, and a big part of why this program keeps expanding every year is because of the partnerships. And Niagara Falls has been a partner right from the beginning, which we really appreciate. Last year we started a Facebook page so people can find out more information through Niagara Snow Buddies. And last year we also received the Safe Communities of Canada Award, Ambassador Award with Safe Communities Port Colborne as well, just recognizing what a difference this makes to the community and safety. This year we also appreciate the support to be able to purchase some toques for the students. It's just a little way to be able to say thank you, because they're going out there in the winter to shovel the driveway and walkway of seniors, and really to be able to, so that they can get out to go to the doctor's appointments and get groceries. It's really making a big difference and going beyond what might just seem simple as shoveling snow. So this is a little way of saying thank you, and we appreciate Niagara Falls' support in being able to purchase some for the students here in this community. So what we're asking tonight, we want to thank you that you have been a champion partner right from the beginning, and continue to be a support of Snow Buddies program, and now extending Leaf Buddies just allows for those matches to start earlier so that we can really ensure that people can get the help. Unfortunately, last year we did have a wait list of quite a few people that we weren't able to match that needed the service. So even though we had not a lot of snow last winter, I don't expect that that will be the same this winter, and we really do need the volunteers to just give us a call and make that difference. So our phone number is 905-682-3800. Extension 28 is Lori's phone number extension. People can also connect with us through www.cssn.on.ca, and that stands for Community Support Services of Niagara.
Also, in addition, I would point out that the City of Niagara Falls, we've also have a link, an icon right on our homepage. So anyone that's interested, if they can't remember all the numbers, all you have to do is go to niagarafalls.ca and they can click and it'll take them right to your site. And as well, we've been promoting this and speaking with the schools, and I understand now that some of the school boards do allow this as part of the volunteer hours,
Yes.
which is big. All the kids have to get, I believe it's 40 hours before they can graduate from high school. So any moms and dads and grandparents out there, if you're looking for what they might do to get involved, it's a great way. The leaf calls have already started coming in. We have people calling saying there's too many leaves or too much work, and if we can get volunteers to help with that, like you say, then you have a great base to continue on with the Snow Buddies, which is a great program. So our website does get a lot of hits, a lot of traffic, and so it's a good place. It's prominently displayed. Are there any comments or feedback from council on this matter? Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We'll continue to aggressively promote and try to recruit more volunteers for the cause.
Great. Thank you for mentioning those points as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, now we get to the exciting part of our meeting. We've got MPAC here, and I understand we've got Lynn Cunningham, Municipal Relations Representative, and you're going to make a presentation regarding the exciting upcoming reassessments. Welcome to Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
It was facetious, everybody.
Seemed a little. Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff, and public in attendance, my name is Lynn Cunningham. I'm MPAC's Municipal Relations Representative for the Niagara region, and I'm pleased to be here tonight to give a review of, with you, the assessment process and to discuss some of the highlights of the 2012 assessment update. So MPAC's role is to accurately value and classify properties in Ontario in accordance with the Assessment Act and the regulations established by the Ontario government. When the municipality sets the tax rate, the assessed values and classifications are used to determine property taxes. The assessment update itself is revenue neutral. Am I getting enter? In terms of briefly my agenda, I'm going to briefly talk about the roles and responsibilities and the relationship of MPAC with the Province of Ontario and the municipalities. Following that, I'm going to provide an overview of property assessment in Ontario, including the use of current value assessment, the valuation process and the legislative framework, and the current assessment cycle. So with the 2012 assessment update notices, I'm going to provide a bit more detail with what's happening with the notices that are coming out, as well as our About My Property website. I'm also going to review the request for reconsideration process, as well as the appeal process, and provide an update on the assessment, what's actually happening in Niagara Falls itself. And then at the end, I'm going to provide the contact information numbers. The Assessment Act states that all real property in Ontario is liable to assessment and taxation subject to the following exemptions from taxation. These exemptions might include schools, churches, hospitals, those sorts of things. As well, people's personal properties is exempt, like furniture, equipment, movable objects. They're not assessable objects. The Assessment Act tells us that land shall be based on its current value. And what the definition of current value is it means the relationship to land, the amount of money the fee simple, if unencumbered, would realize for if sold, willing buyer, willing seller. So MPAC, we don't make the market, we analyze the market to accurately classify and assess the properties in Ontario. So properties are classified according to their use as directed by the assessment regulations. We're supported by the 444 municipalities, and we determine the current value of assessment of properties by analyzing those actual sale prices. We receive them and we analyze them as of a given area. But not all transactions are arm's length transactions. If you have family sales, power of sales, and foreclosures, those aren't considered open market transactions, so we eliminate them from our analysis. So in terms of our valuation process, it's quite complex, but what we do is we collect the data from various sources, including the Land Registry Office, building permits, we do on-site inspections, and as of June 30th this year, we did close to 210,000 property reviews for the purpose of this upcoming reassessment. With those, we analyze the data, and we develop models and apply these models to our database. The property valuation teams review the preliminary values, and then they go through edit checks and process controls to make sure the quality is there, and we finalize those values once they've been fine-tuned. From there, we mail out assessment notice. So what's assessment notices? And in this region, the assessment notices for residential and farm properties are being mailed mid-November. For business properties new this year, they're going to be mailed at a separate later date at the end of November. The assessment rolls themselves are always delivered the second Tuesday in December. So once property owners receive their notice in November, they need to ask themselves, take a look at the value. Is it reasonable to what you would expect that you could sell your property as of our valuation date? And if it isn't a reasonable estimate of value, then they have two options. The first option is filing a request for reconsideration, and the second is to file a formal appeal with the Assessment Review Board. The legislative framework for the 2008 assessment update, which was our last update cycle, hasn't changed to this year. We're still on a 4-year phase-in cycle. So the assessment that's determined for the 2012, as of January 1st, 2012, is in effect for 4 years. The market changes that result in an increase in assessment are phased in over those 4 years. That gives us a little bit of added stability and predictability, so you know over those 4 years what value is in place. Decreases are in fact immediate for the 4 years. If your property decreases from their 2008 value to the 2012 value, it's immediate. And the phase-in is for all property classifications. This is the actual assessment cycle. So our last base year update was in 2008 for the taxation years of 9, 10, 11, and 12. We based our values on what we would expect your property to sell for as of January 1st, 2008. Now we're moving into this is the last year of that cycle. We're now moving into the new valuation, which will be in effect for the taxation years 13, 14, 15, and 16. We'll be basing the values now on a valuation date of January 1st, 2012. This is an example of a phase-in of a property, what it would show on the notice. This is a residential property that the new value as of January 1st, 2012 is $360,000. The value that was on the last notice you would have received is $300,000, so the property increased $60,000. This equates to an increase of $15,000 for each year of the taxation years, 13, 14, 15, and 16. So for in the taxation year 2016, the full CVA is realized at $360,000. So beginning in September, MPAC started to mail out our new 2012 notices. Because we're mailing so many notices, like 5 million properties to 5 million properties, it's a staggered schedule. So new for this year, our business notices are going to be mailed at a later date at the end of November, separate than the res farm notices, which gives us a little bit of additional time to fine-tune those values. So properties will receive their notice. People need to look at and see if the value is reasonable. We have staff trained for the influx of inquiries and to guide people what to do the next steps of the review and to assist them. Our office is located at 1 St. Paul Street, and we'll have extended hours to help with public inquiries. This is what the property assessment notice looks like. It's quite detailed, and it looks similar to any assessment notices that you would have received previously. I'm going to break it down in the following slides. So the assessed value classification, the property assessment classification section is in the middle of the notice. It provides the applicable classification of the property. In this case, it's a residential property. The property's current value as of January 1st, This is the amount of the new valuation as of January 1st, 2012. It also provides what would have appeared on your last notice, and in this case it's $180,000, and the difference, or what's being phased in over those 4 years, the change in the 4 years. The phase-in section of the notice is towards the bottom, and there's messaging with respect to the phase-in. It advises that the increase in assessed value will be phased in equally over the 4 years and give you the 4-year breakdown. The additional information at the bottom of the notice is provided so the owner can verify that their details are correct. So the property summary section provides residential property owners with applicable property code, lot dimensions, building square footage, and year of construction. This part of the notice provides the percent change year over year. In 2007, MPAC added About My Property. This is our online service, and it's been upgraded for this reassessment, and each notice the owner will have a unique user ID and password, and they can go into our website or www.aboutmyproperty or www.mpac.ca to obtain additional information about their property or to look up comparable properties. As well, if a user doesn't have access to a home computer, they can go to Service Ontario centres or local libraries where they can look up the information. As well, we have staff available at our customer contact centre to directly request this information as well. A property assessment notice insert is going to be accompanying each notice that gets mailed. It gives a little bit more details about the RFR, or the request for reconsideration process, as well as gives the deadlines for filing and just various ways to help people better understand what they're receiving. As well, in response to the Ombudsman recommendations, MPAC delivered a history of requests for reconsideration, a review board document. What this does is, if there has been a previous adjustment to a property, it tells and provides specific details to the owners if the previous adjustment is being carried forward into the new valuation, so they don't have to guess about it. We're telling them that the decision's been carried forward or not carried forward, and as well as an explanation provided as to why or why not. When entering, this is back to our About My Property. To compare your property to other properties similar within the vicinity, some of the new features that we've added. Property, if you don't have access to the internet, like I said, it's available at Service Ontario or local libraries. And this is the login screen. There's lots of built-in live support as well as interactive tutorials. And once on the site, the property owners will see a picture of their property as well as a locational map, and you can create a profile for yourself. And new this year, there will be an actual copy of the notice attached here, and you'll be able to print a notice should one be lost. It can be easily reprinted from this website. So another new feature is the ability for the property owner to confirm that the information MPAC has on their property is accurate. If not, they'll be given the opportunity to provide changes as required. And this is the request for property information. It's a drop-down menu, and the property owner can correct the information, and depending on the nature of the response, we can follow up. Okay. In this new version, it puts the pictures of your comparable properties on your top, and you can review the sales within your vicinity, and the sales will be plotted easily on the map below. And property owners can view up to 100 properties and specify 24 comparable properties to be included in a report that gets generated. And this is what the report looks like. Once the owner has done their review and they're still not in agreement with their assessed value, right from this website portal now they can file the request for reconsideration and attach their information. So the property can submit and attach the photographs and their properties of interest report, and it will trigger a bounce back to them, and we'll directly receive it online. If this isn't the way you're going to go through the portal, there are forms available, paper request for reconsideration forms, as it's the mandatory first step for residential and farm and managed forest properties to filing a request for reconsideration. The deadline for filing that request is April 1st, 2013. MPAC's goal is to have all RFRs, request for reconsiderations, reviewed within 90 days. Okay, and then within 90 days of that request, they can appeal to the Assessment Review Board. The Assessment Review Board is an independent tribunal. They can appeal under Section 40, and the deadline for that is April 1st as well. So moving into the 2012 assessment update portion of the presentation, this was our market snapshot that was released back in the summer, back in July. What MPAC did new this year, and what I wanted to share, was an initiative. It's a sales comparison. So the market snapshot report was released, and it provided comments on the average residential sales price trends for Ontario. The report doesn't summarize the assessment changes, but it's a sales report. So through the use of the sales price index, MPAC used January 1st, 2008 as its benchmark, and we showed on average across Ontario a 17% increase to the residential market. But for us here in this region, it was a slow and steady increase with an average of 4%. So for specifically here in Niagara Falls, residentially, the residential class is increasing in market value by approximately 5.6%. This is for the 30,000, just over 30,000 residential properties, and represents the full average increase over the 4 years. Okay. And just to break that down a little bit further, the single-family detached homes are experiencing a market change of approximately 5.4%. So what this equates to in terms of value is an average increase from $210,000 to $221,000 on average. And for semi-detached homes, you're looking at an increase of 4.3%. So that's an average value of $150,000 to $157,000. These are preliminary figures as of August, but they're not expected to change. There are several key dates to be mindful of. I've mentioned a few already. Like I said, the assessment notice delivery schedule is such that we're expecting those notices to come out mid-November, and then for residential and farm and business at the end of November. Our customer contact center will have extended hours, so from 8 till 6, Monday to Friday. As well, there'll be extended hours in our local office, which is at 1 St. Paul, 3rd floor in St. Catharines. We'll be delivering that assessment roll the second Tuesday in December, as always. And keep in mind that the deadline for filing the request for reconsideration is April 1st. There are a number of various ways to contact us at MPAC. These numbers will also be on the notice, and they can also be found on our website at www.mpac.ca. Okay, thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Any questions of council for Ms. Cunningham? One question. Oh, yes, Councillor Thompson.
Well, I'll ask the question. I don't really expect to get an answer, but we have been talking here for the last many months about the situation which exists in the community.
Okay.
Areas that have been zoned for tourist commercial, previously residential. You get, in one specific situation, an 18-story new beautiful hotel built, and you have about 10 small derelict properties around, and people own them, would like to tear them down, clean the area up, but because when they remove the property, obviously they become tourist commercial, and the increase is substantial, and therefore we have an area, actually two specific areas, Stanley Avenue, Ferry Street area, and Main Street and Murray Street, where there are houses there that people would like to tear down, clean up the area, but because of the tourist commercial designation, instead of cleaning it up, in spite of the fact they're not getting any rent, they're paying a substantial increase in taxes. I was told at one point by a former employee that this decision is made in different jurisdictions in a different way, and I couldn't confirm that. But how would we, in fact, we're supposed to have a resolution coming here, going off to impact, suggesting that when they remove the place, it remains residential until an application is made for tourist commercial development. That's what we'd like to see happen. The direction we go is to the provincial authorities, to the minister, to impact, or how do we go about this?
In terms of, so you're saying, through the mayor, you're saying specifically that the buildings are now removed, so the use of the property has changed?
The buildings are still existing. Most of them are vacant, they're derelict, and they're just sitting there. The people would like to tear them down, but they don't want to pay the additional tax. That's what's going on.
So they're where? So until the actual use of the property changes, then we follow the regulations. So under Regulation 28298, we would revalue based on the zoning that's in place. So they would become commercial at that time once the buildings are removed.
Right, so what our problem, what we're saying is, we can't get the landowners to remove the buildings because they don't want the...
They don't want
the tax to
use
go up.
change.
So nobody's winning.
No.
The government's not getting any more money for taxes because they're not ripping them down, and we've got eyesores, and it's deflating the property values around, and then we've got commercial properties that have to overlook these derelict buildings. So what we're saying is, it's a catch-22, and nobody's benefiting. So you need to help us so we can all benefit.
Right in the heart of the tourist
Yeah.
business.
So what we're asking is, what can we do about that situation?
We follow the regulations, so until there is a change event or a change in use, we value that use as it is.
Well, I understand that, you're following the
Yeah.
rules, so how do we change the rules, is what we're asking.
Yeah.
Because they're not a good idea, they're actually a bad
Yeah.
idea. So our question is, what would you suggest us, because we want to fix this situation, it's a problem,
Yeah.
and we can't change it, it has to be, so what would you suggest we do to change that
It seems like,
regulation?
something that needs to change within the regulations themselves,
Yes.
because we follow those regulations. So that's something to take up with the provincial government.
And, okay, anywhere in particular that you'd direct us? Minister of Finance, is that
Minister
who we
of
got to
Finance,
direct?
yes.
What's that?
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Thompson,
Yeah, we should have asked
Kim when he was here. That's
Yeah.
right.
Diamond Kim.
You missed your opportunity.
We should have put her on first.
Yeah.
Anyway,
That would have been really busy.
obviously, we have to have a resolution come back and go to the impact and to the government. So I just thought it was, we might have got an answer.
Impact for impact. Yes, Mr.
If I can,
Harrison.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just add, we are going to be coming back with a report that'll give you the opportunity to make a resolution to the provincial government on this matter. But one of the things I think that MPAC has clarified is that the policy doesn't change amongst jurisdictions, that they're following the regulation in Niagara Falls as well. This is a regulation that's followed throughout the province, and that was one of the issues that was that we had to report back on. So we anticipate that the report will come back at the next meeting of council, and we'll have an opportunity to send something off. My understanding is that it's quite frankly would have to be a legislative change within the regulation to have any type of. The other thing is for the individual property owners to get the properties rezoned. That would be the other alternative, which again there is a cost to the property owner to do that. So,
Councillor Pietrangelo?
Your Worship, I was going to ask if each area had the jurisdiction to control their own destiny in regards to certain policies, but I think Mr. Harrison just clearly outline that they don't have that right to control their own destiny, and that MPAC is looking that they're all following the same sort of regulations.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? One other question for you, Ms. Cunningham. If someone goes to a request for consideration, can it go higher? Can their assessment go higher?
It has that possibility, because what we would do then is open up the property and have a look at everything. So we would go out, visit the property, determine if there was anything, any details missing, and come back with a figure. But basically, you would be providing the evidence to us, or some kind of indication to us that you're feeling that the assessment is too high. So we would review everything on the property once it was opened up.
So if they appeal it, they think it's too high, there's a chance it could still go higher if they were to, okay. And the other question is, and I did have this asked of me, is right now, some houses, some areas you do a market value assessment in a general area, and some you're going into the houses. Do you go into just some of the houses randomly, and how do you choose which houses in neighborhoods that you're going to go inside of?
MPAC assesses over time. We're on a 12-year reinspection cycle, so we try to get in as many houses as we possibly can. We try to get in them when they're newly constructed, and then we have this 12-year inspection cycle. The other way we get in is through building permits, and we're verifying that information when we're out there picking up the building permit information. We're always looking at everything to do with the property at that time.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Wayne?
It's not a question, it's just, I've been thinking about the discussion regarding the, what it is, it's a situation, I think, where the zoning is tourist commercial, and there's a legal non-conforming residential use. Really, the life of the building has expired, but the owners don't want to remove it because then the tourist commercial zoning and assessment kicks in. Is there any way that we could place some sort of holding designation on the property so that if the building is removed, the illegal or a non-conforming residential use is still deemed to continue until, I don't know, building permits applied for a tourist commercial use, or some sort of, some sort of benchmark which indicates that tourist commercial use has begun, is passed. I think that might be a way around the difficulty. It'll be, something maybe staff can think about, and something else we can suggest to the province.
Mr. Harrison, any feedback in the meantime?
That would be a planning question, but certainly we can take a look at that and come back with in our report. We come back.
Oh, we just have to have a planner here.
Yeah, the problem, Your Worship, is that the person who owns the property wants the tourist commercial dollars, because when they go to sell the property, they want to maximize their return. So if it's in a holding provision, then they're not going to be able to get their maximum return. So it's a catch-22 situation for them.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we move on to the planning portion of tonight's council agenda. I'd ask our clerk if you would introduce the next item on the agenda.
Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan to expand the urban boundary. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, September 21st, 2012, and by posting a sign on the area in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the official plan amendment or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I'd now ask Mr. Hilovich, our Director of Planning, if he would now explain the purpose and the reason.
Thank you, Your Worship. As the City Clerk outlined, it's an application for urban boundary expansion. The lands involve 11 properties extending from the Hydro Corridor north of the Mount Carmel subdivision, north to Mountain Road, and from QEW on the east to Kaler Road on the west. There are a number of land uses in this area. So there's Club Italia, a number of single-family dwellings, Regency Sports Park, Shady Oaks Trailer Park, Church of the Redeemer, We've also identified 10 Mile Creek on the property because those lands will have to also be identified and recognized through future amendments. The application, as we've mentioned, was a application submitted in 2004 for an urban boundary expansion. This was prior to the provincial growth plan. This application has been before council on a number of occasions. In October 2007, this council recommended that the application proceed to a public meeting, and we also asked that the regional council consider the appropriateness of the urban boundary expansion for the northwest part of the city. In 2011, February 2008, the council then asked that the northwest community be included into the growth plan of the region. 2009 was back here, and again the area of the proposed expansion for the urban area was to be designated with the region as the next growth area. The application is being brought forward tonight by staff for consideration because the region is simultaneously processing an application for this urban boundary expansion, so they're looking for our comments as a municipality, and we're also looking to resolve this 2004 application once and for all. The application involves 75 hectares or 185 acres of land. It's proposed that it would be a mixed-use residential commercial development described as an adult lifestyle community. The growth plan, as I mentioned, this application predates the growth plan, and so therefore will be reviewed on its merits against the 1997 provincial policy statements, PPS. We also looked at the need for bringing these lands into the urban area. The growth plan states municipalities are to have a 20-year land supply during the growth period expiring in 2031. For those of you counting at home, that's only 19 years from now. 2007, the city did a municipal comprehensive review. The consultants at that time identified sufficient land to accommodate growth to approximately 2022 within our urban boundaries. The region anticipates that the city will achieve a population of approximately 107,000 by 2031, and the city's consultant has suggested that our actual growth in the near term will be below forecast levels, but suggests that there will be greater pressure for growth at the end of the forecast, I should say rear end of the forecast period. As western end of Niagara region fills, there'll be more people moving down the Queen Elizabeth Way. So given that the 20-year projection for need would take us to the end of the growth period, staff did some further calculations beyond the 2022 timeframe that was presented by Urban Metrics in 2007. Staff developed 3 scenarios for population growth, and those are reflected on the graph in the screen. There are actually 5 lines. 2 of the lines, one is the Official Plan Amendment 94, and the other one is the Ministry of Community Renewal's projections, both of which are very aggressive. We looked at 3 possible scenarios. One was a slow growth type of scenario. One was moderate growth in the near term and accelerating towards the end of the term, and then the other would be a more rapid growth. We really felt that the moderate growth, which were labeled scenario number 1, so moderate growth in the near term to 2021, followed by a more rapid increase in the period 2021 to 2031. We looked at then housing demand relative to that population growth. We found that there still will be a high demand for singles and semi-detached dwellings. We modeled that, and we discovered that there will be a shortfall of land for single and semi-detached houses prior to the end of the growth period, that is prior to 2031. And given that 85% of the singles and semis will be built in those greenfield areas, it suggests that we will have a need for land beyond our urban boundaries as they're shown today, and that we will fall below our 10-year supply of residential land, also as mandated by the province. In addition to the residential land needs, the urban metrics identified the QEW and Mountain Road area as an ideally suited location for employment lands. The province recognizes that the area from Niagara Falls to Fort Erie is a gateway economic zone, and the region's gateway amendment recognizes the QEW as a major gateway economic area. The proposed urban expansion, therefore, will allow us to develop these gateway opportunities, and that the employment is also necessary in order for the development of greenfields to achieve status as complete communities, that is, that you can live and work in the same area that without having to commute, and that the other thing is that we need to achieve densities of 53 people and jobs per hectare by the region's mandate, and so therefore we need to have the employment opportunities. Attached to the report is a proposed amendment prepared to provide the policy framework for the future planning of this area. These policies will help refine the uses and densities for the the Northwest Community Landowners Group proposal that would be more in keeping with our growth plan and our official plan 94 policies. The official plan amendment number 106 does differ from the landowners presentation in as much as the policies will require the preparation of a vision as a complete community. We'll also require that the lands form part of the economic gateway to ensure that we do achieve the densities that I mentioned a minute ago. If there's a policy that would require a comprehensive land use strategy, that would be a Gateway North secondary plan that would identify the various densities, neighborhood commercial uses, parkland, etc. And there's also a policy that would require a servicing and transportation strategy in order for this area to grow. So this is the first step in a series of steps that are necessary to bring this forward to development readiness. So in conclusion, in 2004, the application was submitted, pre-existed growth plan. City Council has met with the region's staff to discuss the gateway amendment and agreed that the amendment should move forward in parallel motion, and they can do so because they do predate the growth plan. The application is being brought forward for a consideration of council to provide comments, as I said, to the region on their official plan, and that the draft official plan amendment provides for expansion of the Northwest area, recognizes Gateway has great QEW exposure, and so staff is recommending that the application for the Northwest by the Northwest Landowners Group to expand the urban boundary be supported, and that the report be sent to the region as support for their regional policy amendment number 196. Those are the highlights.
Thank you, Mr. Herlovich. Are there any questions of council? Okay. Seeing none, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 1724 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed official plan amendment. So anyone here other than the applicant who would like to speak? Yes, sir?
I'm the applicant.
Oh, no, we're waiting for anyone other than the applicant at this point. Is there anyone here other than the applicant? Yes? Sir, if you'd like to step forward to the podium. If you'd state your name and your address, and you have a 10-minute limit for the deputation. Thank you.
John Balker. I'm speaking on behalf of the Preservation of Agricultural Land Society, and my address is 134 Church Street in St. Catharines.
Thank you.
I'm aware that my comments have been placed in the councilors' packages before the meeting, so I'll just highlight some of the points of my brief. Beginning, I think there's a difference of interpretation between myself and other parties that concerns the exemption of alleged exemption of this application from the province's growth plan. It has to be kept in mind that this is very different than the provincial policy statement, which is generally a more permissive document. Because this is an area of high growth, the area around essentially the Golden Horseshoe, the province has developed more restrictive criteria in the growth plan area that have a sterner test for an urban boundary expansion than the provincial policy statement. And what needs to be kept in mind is that one of these differences is it's not the date of application of when the subdivision or planning amendment is first proposed. What is in effect is the for the growth plan is the it says the has not been approved by the approval authority, which in this case is the Niagara region. And that date was June 16th, 2006. That is after the date of application in 2004. Now then, going to the matter of does it conform to the growth plan, there's reasons why it's not in conformity with the growth plan, which I then go on to explain in my brief. This was part of an elaborate planning exercise of the Niagara region called the Dillon Report. If you haven't read it, I recommend that you do. Because they went at great length, they had public meetings, and they thought what should be the direction of Niagara in the future. And they concluded that no urban boundary expansions were required in Niagara. And they gave very good reasons that I quote from in my brief. And then in addition to the Dillon Report, this area is going through a watershed plan review by the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. And part of the essence of this is that if these lands are developed, you would essentially get a loss of a connecting corridor for wildlife movement between the Niagara Escarpment and the Welland River. And there's very important natural features here. There's a forest which proposals have been put forward that would indicate would be disrupted by a stormwater management pond. This area is prime agricultural land, the same sort of capability as the good grape land just on the other side of Mountain Road. And also there's severe water pollution problems in this area, which is one of the key reasons the Dillon Report said an urban boundary expansion wasn't desirable. There's not water pollution problems on the subject lands of 10 Mile Creek, but there's problems in the Shriners Creek to the south that should be dealt with before any urban expansion takes place. And finally, I would like to direct councillors to a letter from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs dated September 26, 2012, which is in your package, especially the last page of that letter from Mark Christie, which is not, I think they disagree with the thrust of the argument you just heard from staff, that there's sort of a requirement to develop these lands under provincial policy. They note that given the 40-year supply of approved urban land from the Niagara region, that this does not demonstrate any need for this application. And also, I think that supportive of this, I hope you've read the a letter by Mr. Richardson on behalf of Thundering Waters, which indicates the development on this scale would interfere with the marketing of their large development, which already has a full draft plan approval. I was shocked, read that is over, I think, 2,250 units, ready to go, which they indicate would sort of flood the market in a negative fashion. So that's my presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of council from Mr. Bacher? Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else other than the applicant that would like? Yes, please, if you could step forward. Please state your name and your address, Ms. Grandoni, and you have 10 minutes, as you know.
My name is Jean Grandoni, Rural Route Number 1, Garner Road, Niagara Falls. And I will speak to my letter of September 26th, which is in your package. I like the old stand better. I have a excerpt from a soils map here that I'd like to pass out. Which maybe you should have had years ago. Maybe we wouldn't be in such a predicament. I'd just like to give it out if I could. Just make sure I keep a copy for myself. I only have 12, so they're very expensive to do. If you want to give this a title, it's an excerpt from the Welland County Soils Map. And what I want to point out is the very bright colors to the right, and you can see it says Niagara Falls. Those are all the fruit lands and prime lands that we've lost. That's all under concrete. Extends from the escarpment to even south of McLeod Road. And about the middle of the map, near the top where is the escarpment, it says OCL. Those, the one line there just below the orange is Mountain Road. And so these lands are largely designated OCL, which is Oneida Clay Loam. And that's the only place you find them in the city of Niagara Falls. They're also found in the Short Hills and Fawn Hill, which is not shown on this map. So they are rare and prime. I would go to my letter of September 26th, which is in your package. I remain opposed to this amendment, which previously has come before us in many disguises. The following comments serve as an update to my letters. The region's Grow South study area, located south of the Welland River in Willoughby, has been eliminated with passage of the Growth Plan Act, which has as its strongest aim the stopping of urban sprawl by curtailing urban boundary expansions to help balance budgets and hopefully preserve foodlands. I interpret this elimination to mean that the province wants to stop expansion even there on lands of a lower class in order to achieve the placement of 40% of future growth in the inner city. This is even stronger reason, not less, to stop this proposed expansion onto the superior farmlands of proposed Amendment 196. And you know, you were complaining about derelict buildings in the inner city, and yet here you are wanting to expand the urban boundaries. You've created your own problem there by the constant sprawl. With housing figures at a new low, there is no justification for this expansion here or anywhere. I see you just did, I think it was 130 units in 2011 of single family, 180 or 200 and, no, excuse me, I've found the right figures here. 2012, so far you've done 206. End of 2011, 249. And yet some of your forecasts are saying that you're going to go as high as 600. And I really think the forecasts are way too high. They're not realistic. You can do a lot with planning figures to get the outcome or the recommendation that you want. A no boundary expansion policy was in place and considered achievable by the province even before the present downtrend. The attached housing graph of the 70s to 90s indicates that from the period between 1970 and 1980, some 3,600 single-family baby boomer units will come onto the market in Niagara Falls alone. This could happen largely over the next 20 years as boomers retire, move, downsize, or pass on. If you count the multifamily units, the impact on new construction gets even more serious. One gentleman informed me that he looks after 30 vacant homes for the banks. How many more are there? The region told me they have no way of getting such a figure. I suggest you try asking the financial institutions directly for this figure. Around 1970, when Amendment 43 brought development west of the QE Highway, the land speculators moved into this once pristine special agricultural area and they began buying up the land at prices with which farmers wanting to expand could not compete and young farmers could not afford. Illegal dumping onto farmlands and streams became rampant. Beautiful farms were bought up and barns and vineyards allowed to fall into deterioration. Some suspicious barn fires also occurred. One historic home associated with the War of 1812 was also burned. Just last year, an historic barn, silo, and home once belonging to the Taddison family, who started the first winery west of the QE in the 1920s, was all demolished even though the Heritage Committee voted to preserve it. If Amendment 196 proceeds, the same thing will happen and the situation will worsen for agricultural potential. What is needed is a beginning farmers program and farmlands amalgamation scheme. The region is ignoring the negative impacts on our resources of this amendment, and so is the city. There was a resolution around 2007 passed by Niagara Falls Council requesting the region to investigate changing its land-based map for the area between Niagara Falls and Thorold from the good general designation to good grape. To my knowledge, the region has never dealt with this resolution. The correct designation should be good grape and good fruit. I will skip most of the infrastructure that's been done to try and correct the pollution, which you people know about. I'll go down to the bottom paragraph on page 2. Many homes east and west of the QEW, where sewage also overflows to Shriners Creek, need sumps. While some have been installed here, no figure east of the QE for the number of houses requiring sumps has been provided. Only item 3, the sump pump program, removes rainwater permanently and provides the most benefit to homeowner and to the stream by reducing sewage overflow. Much sump pump work remains to be done and money must be found to do it. However, in attempts to balance their budget, I have seen this city reduce the amount of money that was to be allocated to the sump pump weeping tile disconnect program. In conclusion, the city's development phasing policies will be unraveled if this amendment proceeds. And I see you've numbered it number 3 for phasing, but you could jump in there and break those phasing policies and do it even as number 1 or number 2. You did it in the Northwest area before you broke your phasing policies. Tax dollars
There's 2 minutes left, Ms. Grandoni.
Okay. Tax dollars are being misdirected. They should be going to correcting the pollution. The millions in financial investments south of Highway 20 and south of the Welland River will be in jeopardy. And Club Italia has been seen to be looking for public money in earlier reports. You've been dumping here for 40 years. When you can't fix the problems you got no business financing new sprawl development outside the adequate existing boundary. The council should ask, if you plug all the raw sewage overflows to Shriners Creek, what then would be the wet weather capacity of the Kaler station? Now, back in 2007, 5 of you had a conflict of interest on this, including Mayor Salsi. There's 4 of you still here, Mayor Diodati, Pietrangelo, Cario, and Iannoni, who declared a conflict of interest back in 2007, I believe it was. And if you still have it, you should say so. And you should not be able to vote on this.
We have 30 seconds left.
Hydrogeological study is missing. You've got at least a 10-year supply in draft and registered plans, but that does not include your vacant land inventory, which I have so far been unable to get from the city because it said it's not ready yet. Region says, or the province says you have a 40-year supply, or that the region has a 40-year supply. And in your report, it says that it was deferred in 2009 at the request of the applicant. Mr. Salsi had it deferred, I believe, because of the high sewage counts. Didn't want it to be an election issue.
Our time's expired, Ms. Grandoni.
All right, I remain opposed.
Thank
to
you.
this
Are there any
deal.
questions of Ms. Grandoni? Yes, Councillor Cario?
Just to answer Ms. Grandoni's question about conflicts, I declared a conflict back then. I was a member of Club Italia. I have not been a member of Club Italia for some time now, so I no longer have a conflict.
Okay. Any questions from Ms. Grandoni? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Grandoni.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Yes, ma'am? Yep, come on up, ma'am. Yep. If you could also state your name and your address. There's a 10-minute limit.
My name is Marianne of McMaster. I live at 9301 Beaver Dams Road. It's been a while since I've come to talk to council, so I thank you for allowing me to speak again, using my rights as a Canadian. I was involved many years ago in the expansion on the west of the urban boundaries at Gardner Road and Lundy's Lane, and haven't come back to council because I was really disillusioned by the process and disappointed in the process. But I figured I'll try one more time for what it's worth and speak to the council to reconsider this expansion in the northwest part of our city. At the time, I had spoken quite clearly, and I stated that our downtown corridor that we're sitting in the middle of is a ghost town, and why aren't we considering expansion of residential planning in the downtown corridor, bring the people to the city, perhaps they'll use downtown. We brought art galleries. I love art galleries. Every time I go to a city, I go to an art gallery. But I didn't see much optimism in the success of that. We brought in Kiefer Developments, which I was saying, hey, I told you so. Like, here's somebody who perhaps can have some success. I would like to see our downtown be successful and have people brought downtown again and make it alive. I love going to the small towns of Ontario. We try to avoid the 400 highways just to go through these towns. And there's been new lingo out there about these donut cities, and we can't be a donut city because we have the Niagara River, but we are becoming quite the horseshoe city. I guess it comes with our lingo as the horseshoe falls and so forth. But I'm not sure why we're expanding. We bring people in like Kiefer Developments, and we want to support them, yet I see hypocrisy as we move away from the downtown further than ever, going towards this northwest development. This isn't a puddle jumping as the west expansion at Lundy's Lane and Gardner Road, which is a really big puddle jump in putting residentials out there in this satellite community. But we have this hydro corridor and not much else in there. It's unfortunate that the members of the citizens of the Niagara Falls, they're not aware of a lot of these urban boundaries. I like to read the Niagara Falls Review. We have some great journalists. I love Corey's articles. I think he brings forth some really good issues that the citizens of the city should think about. And I also see always these proposals such as tonight that let our citizens know that they have a time to speak. But they're small print, and most people glance over them. But for what it's worth, my impact for you at this, to speak to you, the members here at Council, is why? Why are we ignoring our downtown? Why are we becoming a horseshoe city? I see absolutely no benefit to the city to move here. I did my due diligence. I've read the articles. I've read the notations. I've done graduate work, so I know what numbers can do. We can use them to make them look really good, and we can use numbers to make us look. If we don't want them, we don't use them. We just ignore them in our research. And I've read the articles. I've seen we have plenty of time. And I meant to bring it with me today. I've kept it for years. When I first moved to my rural property, I'm outside the urban boundaries, and thus my love for keeping the urban boundaries. The Niagara Falls Review put out a colored, it was like a business size little book, and it was aerial views of the city. And it's kind of a really neat little thing, and I kept it, and I meant to bring it. But what was overwhelming as I flipped the pages was the lack of greenery of each photo. It just didn't exist, and our green spaces don't exist in the downtown within the urban boundaries. And taking away even more green spaces on the periphery of our city when it's really not essential. The studies say 20 years, 40 years. Why do we have to expand when we have another 20 years? My husband's a teacher. I know what the populations of our schools are. We're closing them. I'm not sure who's all going to move into our area as our manufacturers leave away. So I think we're jumping the gun definitely to expand and lose our rural properties that are becoming more and more precious in Niagara. So if we want to join the rest of the small towns of Ontario and become a horseshoe donut city, I'm not sure it's to the best interest of our citizens who pay our taxes. On the note of taxes, you will certainly, I'm not sure how many houses are planned, I forget the number for that, but you certainly will get a lot of property taxes from it that you're not getting right now from our rural properties, and I hope that's not the incentive for a council to try to increase your budget or your income by receiving more property taxes. Thanks for listening to me. But I'd love to know if maybe someone is allowed to respond to how we promote keeper developments in downtown versus going outside.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else other than the applicant? Yes, Mr. Sinclair. If you'd like to, again, it's Mr. Sinclair, state your address, and again, we have a 10-minute limit.
Niagara Falls, Your Worship, members of council. It's nice to be here. I haven't got much of a chance to talk, so this is my opportunity to do something. I've been involved with this a little bit. I have an interest with the DiGiorgio family in the trailer court, which is on about 3 acres of land. So it's only 3 acres of 187 acres, so it's pretty small. But I think, you know, I was at the region, and they showed us this little picture here. And all this gray area here is urban development. And this little piece up here is it should be included. I mean, it's so obvious if you look at it. It's just filling it out. That's all. It's a very, very small piece of land. It gives competition to Tom Richardson's clients, which I think is good because a lot of people like the north end. He's in the south end. I think it's good to have the competition. It's like the car dealers here. Toyota dealer or the GM dealer, they help each other. One has you have an opportunity to compare. The same thing with in St. Catharines they have on Ontario Street, they have the dealers. So I think it's important for that from an economic point of view. I think it's good for them. It's good for them to have the competition because it gives them, if people go to our place, they might like their place better. So I think it's important. I think it's important to get in, but it makes absolute total sense. If you look at the map, I mean, you got to be crazy to turn it down, I think. I mean, and the city's got to continue to move, and unfortunately we can't stand still. We'd like to stand still. It'd be a good idea to have it everything stay as it is, but things move, and I think we've got to sort of get with the plan and keep people employed and keep moving and keep building. That's my estimation.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Gilberti?
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here on behalf of Club Italia. I have several members here. I'm not going to name them all, but I would, for a specific reason, like to have them all stand up, and I'll explain why in just a moment. So if I could have my board, past and present, all stand up. I believe most of you are familiar with the majority, if not all of them. And the reason why I've asked them to stand is because when we started, you may be seated. When we first started talking about the urban boundary expansion, Club Italia bought the property where the club currently sits, I believe in 81, 82, opened the doors officially after the year-long construction. In 1984, I was off pursuing legal education, but I did become a member of the board of directors myself in 1990. And as early as 1990, I recall hearing talk about pursuing the expansion of the urban boundaries. Many reasons why. One, the original reason was because of the need for the sewers. Club Italia has taken care of that on its own. Skip forward several years. I believe it was the early 90s when Club Italia bought the additional lands which sit adjacent and to the south of the existing club lands. And the reason for that was to build a retirement home. And the reason why I had you take a look at them, 20 years ago when we started this, they were a lot younger, and they were concerned about their elderly parents. Guess what? It's selfish reasons now. They're concerned about themselves, and they wanted to make sure that at some point in the next several years, or less than several years, there's a retirement home built to accommodate the needs and the requirements of the Italian aging population. So I'm here in complete and full support of the staff report. I'm not going to go into any further comments because we have a very able planner who's here on behalf of the entire quadrant who can make all those arguments for us. But I just need you to understand that this has been a goal of Club Italia since at least 1990 that I can personally speak personally about, and before that. And these wonderful people are aging and need to have a place to go to at some point in the future. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions from council? Ms. Gilberti? Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Is there anyone else other than the applicant who'd like to address council? Okay, seeing none. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. I understand we've got Mr. Glenn Wellings. Welcome.
Good evening, Your Worship, council members. My name is Glenn Wellings. I'm the planning consultant for the project and have been so for close to 10 years now. I'm the able planner that Italia spoke of. First of all, I'd like to thank city staff for bringing forward the report this evening. I know it's been a lot of work, and unfortunately it's work that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs did not have benefit of seeing when they put comments together on this application. Further discussions are definitely necessary with municipal affairs and housing. Just in terms of the subject lands, we're dealing with approximately 185 acres of land. But what's interesting is about 1/3 of these lands are already urbanized. So you have Club Italia, the Bible Church, Regency Motel, I think it's called something else right now, in the trailer park, and those uses are not not rural or not agricultural uses. They are, in fact, urban uses. As Mr. Hurlovich did mention, we did file the applications with both the region and the city back in May 2004. And yeah, it's been a long time, and there's been a lot of meetings, a lot of deliberations, a lot of discussions, a lot of changes in terms of policy, especially from the provincial point of view. In our applications did include a fairly detailed planning justification report, as well as work conducted by Hemson Consulting, who are the consultants for the group. Our applications predated both the provincial policy statement 2005 as well as the provincial growth plan. Therefore, we are not subject to the growth plan, and the 1997 provincial policy statement does apply. And this has been, to be clear, this has been acknowledged by the respective authorities. And I would submit to you that Dr. Bacher is incorrect in his interpretation of the growth plan transitional regulations. And I'd be happy to review those with him after the meeting. We've received concurrence from both the province and the region that we are indeed exempt from the growth plan. In terms of the applications also predated the subsequent approval of industrial conversions for both the Thundering Waters and Warren Woods lands. My clients did not appeal those decisions to convert the industrial lands to residential for a couple of reasons. They didn't want to be seen as opposing other development interests in the community. And quite frankly, they wanted their lands and their applications to be judged on their own merits, and that's why we're here this evening. The letter filed by Thundering Waters by Mr. Richardson, and we will follow up on that letter. It's curious, and I'm questioning the motivation of their position, because I don't see, first of all, I'm not sure they have all the relevant information on our applications in terms of justification, need, and some of the application details that were provided. But to suggest that these lands somehow compete with the Thundering Waters development, or Warren Woods development for that matter, I think it's a stretch, in my opinion. They're in very distinct areas of the city, different areas of the city, with completely different characteristics. So we will certainly be following up with the representatives of Thundering Waters. But interesting, Thundering Waters did place considerable reliance on the past study conducted by Urban Metrics, and I know some councillors were around at that time. And what was interesting with the Urban Metrics study is they did not recommend the northwest expansion at that time. But ironically, and I recall it vividly because I was very upset that they did come around and say, but these lands were very desirable for employment uses. And I saw that as very conflicting in terms of a recommendation, and I was very unhappy about it at the time. But a lot has changed since that report. I think council and certainly at both the city and region would agree that these lands do serve an important gateway function, and that's been acknowledged by the region staff and region council. The site has excellent access to the QEW, visibility from the QEW, surrounded by key roadways, close to interchanges, and quite frankly an ideal situation for urban development. Speaking to the agricultural issue, these lands, and I've known these lands for a lot of years, and I think I've mentioned to some councillors that I did grow up part of my childhood in St. Catharines, and where I played baseball on these lands. They had Kupalo Sports Park, and these lands have not served a viable agricultural function in decades. And they're very fragmented, and quite frankly, with the uses that are there's no ability to accommodate any intensive agricultural operation on these lands. So you can look at the soil type, that's misleading, quite frankly. The urbanization of these lands, or partial urbanization, has pretty much diminished any agricultural capability remaining. Council's aware of the municipal services being extended to service these lands and the existing uses. Just turning to the population employment numbers, I'm not going to spend much time on them tonight, but they need to be revisited. They're over 5 years old now, and they are being revisited by the province, and I think they need to be revisited for the city and looking at the future growth potential. And I did like the analysis that city planning staff conducted in their report this evening. Given the gateway characteristics of the lands, the uniqueness of these lands, given their partial urbanization, it's my submission, Your Worship and Council members, that these lands are appropriately, or should be appropriately included within the urban boundary. And but at the same time, a clear policy acknowledgement that there is more planning work to do, that there is a secondary plan that it is required to look at the ultimate development of these lands, to look at the concept plan and determine the appropriate level of employment versus non-employment uses. And that's been acknowledged in the amendments that city staff has brought before this council, that there is need for further planning. And in terms of the employment function, these lands do serve a current employment function. There's a number of employment opportunities at present, and we certainly would like to build on those opportunities. So we've been in this process over 8 years, and it's many of you have been on council throughout those. Your Worship, I know you're relatively new to this application. But we do support the recommendations that staff have put before you this evening, and which are only a start in terms of planning. There's a lot more planning remaining, a comprehensive secondary planning process, which will come again back to this council for review and comment, and will involve the community as well. And again, the current concept will be further evaluated in terms of future opportunities. In terms of the environmental constraints, and speaking to the previous delegations, there is an intent to preserve an existing woodlot that I would submit is fairly significant on the property. And there's also an intent to reinstate some of the buffers that, along the 10-mile creek. And what's interesting is Dr. Walker and Ms. Grandoni do not make mention of an environmental constraints report that was prepared by Lisa Campbell a number of years ago for these lands. And I'm not sure if they're unaware of this report, but it's been available publicly and to this council. Or tongue-in-cheek, Your Worship, I'm not sure if they're just simply blinded by opposing this development, but I need to make sure that they have the proper facts in front of them and have all the information and look at some of the benefits rather than focusing on all the negatives of an application. Just wrapping up, Your Worship, the municipal affairs letter, there's work to do there, and we do acknowledge that. What's ironic with that letter is they confirm that we're exempt from the growth plan, but they use all the growth plan conformity numbers to argue against the application. So a discussion is definitely warranted with provincial staff, and I really wish they would talk to us a little bit more before putting written comments together. And lastly, the presentation by Ms. McMaster, just very briefly, she's read a lot of the newspapers. She should read the reports and the documentation, justification that's been provided with this application. And I think she'll glean more from what's being proposed here. So, Your Worship, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wellings. Are there any questions from members of council? Councillor Gates.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, Councillor.
Apologize, I got a bit of a cold, so it's a little raspy. But I did play baseball up there at Cooper Park. Maybe I played against you.
We may have played.
Because I was originally from St. Catharines as well. I can understand the importance of a retirement home with Club Italia. In my day job as a union, we build a retiree center behind our union hall because obviously our population is going. So I do understand that pretty good. Just a question, because I don't know, and I think it's a fair question. Have we given any consideration to just doing the villa, the retirement home, as a separate project and encompassing everything? Just a question on that.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, to the councillor. It's a fair question, but I think the quick answer is no. I think we were looking at it as more of a comprehensive rather than a one-off application. There were some site-specific applications in the past, one by Club Italia, and we thought from a planning point of view, let's deal with it comprehensively as a package deal, and rather than individual site-specific applications sort of chipping away at things.
No, and that's fair, and you know, without all the environmental stuff, when you take a look at this corner, it is kind of interesting that it's never really been developed on where it is, how close it is to the QAW. There's a lot of things that you're saying in your argument is accurate. You know, when you come into the falls and you look there, you see the Regency, you see all the other stuff that's right there. Really, that piece of land is interesting that it's never really been passed to be developed. A question I'd like to ask, because you've raised it, not only yourself but others, on the Tom Richardson letter. Is his letter relatively accurate? Because my understanding, and I don't know the gentleman that well, but obviously through the Port Tower, we've certainly heard of his credentials. You obviously took a look at the letter, and are you in agreement with what he wrote? Never mind the competition part, because you know that's a whole different, quite frankly, different argument. But his arguments on his letter obviously talked about you know, Thundering Waters, their 2,500 units that they have, and also talks about reports, a number of reports, 56-209, 56-209, and 56-209 as well, but different parts of the report. I just want to know, do you believe that what was presented for councillors to read is accurate? That's kind of the competition stuff's a whole different issue. I'm not even sure where he's going there.
Through you, Your Worship, that's a big question. I think it's fair to say my opinion and Mr. Richardson differ in this regard. There are some statements in his letter that I certainly disagree with, but there are some accurate statements as well. So rather than pick apart the letter, I think that's as good as I can do right now.
Okay, and that's appreciated, because you know, obviously I read it and took a look at his arguments, and obviously know who he is, and I would think that he would do his homework on that. The other thing that I think is important for the council to understand as I head into a different question. I mean, I'll argue about the needs, maybe the numbers on how accurate they are. That's a whole different game. But it's not subject to the growth plan by the province, is what you're saying. So I guess my question, as we go forward, if council approves this, and this may be to staff as well, maybe to Alex as well, is what do you think if the council is approving at this time, going step with the region, like going together to the region, what do you think the chances from the province, because it isn't subject to the growth plan, that maybe after 20 years that it would get passed? I think that's a fair question, because I'm trying to figure out how do you accommodate Club Italia if it's not going to go forward. I know it's kind of where my head's at.
Yeah.
Okay.
The whole.
And hopefully it's a fair question. I'm just
it is, but it's not one that's easy to answer.
Okay.
I often, as a planning consultant, get asked by clients, what are my chances? And that's. And I say I have no clue what your chances are. And here's what can happen through a planning process. And whether you're going to get through council, whether you're going to go to the Ontario Municipal Board, there's a number of variations that can happen. So dealing and speculating on chances it's a fool's game, really. But I think a strong statement from this council on the urban boundary expansion helps immensely in terms of taking us to the region and to the province. And I would also like them to have the benefit of reviewing city planning staff's report that's before you this evening, because they haven't seen that. The region may have, province is not. So chances, or I can't really give you a definitive answer on that, but any support of this council is definitely helpful.
Okay, I appreciate your response to the questions. I may have further questions, but thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments of council of Mr. Wellings? After? Okay. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Wellings.
Thank you, sir.
The public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan amendment is now concluded. Looking for a motion from council. Councillor Thompson.
Is that for me? I don't know how long this goes back, but Councillor Gates suggested I was a historian at the last meeting, and maybe I am. When I read through this agenda, a couple of items on here tonight go back over 30 years, and this is one of them. I asked the clerk to go back and get some files and information on this particular property. They went back to 1997 when there were motions made with respect to this property. But it goes back to 1979 when they had the discussion on the urban boundaries. When the provincial government came in every area, they set urban boundaries to prevent urban sprawl. And that's the boundaries that were set in 1979. And for some reason, and there was argument at that time, they came up to the hydro right-of-way boundary and they stopped. When they could have gone right over to Mountain Road, which would have been logical, and yet they stopped there and utilized that as the urban boundary and has put pressure on this particular piece of property over the past 30-some-odd years. Now, it wasn't because of development that we wanted to have this area serviced. It was because of all of the defective sewage disposal systems that existed, and Club Italia came on the scene and didn't want to put in a septic system. In fact, operated for many, many years on a large holding tank with equipment coming in, pumping it out on a regular basis. The old Regency Hotel constantly spewing sewage all over the place. The Redeemer Church, defective sewage disposal systems, and also some residential properties. So the original problem out there and why they wanted to expand the urban boundary was not for development, was to extend sewer and water there to make sure that Club Italia was serviced, make sure that a huge problem at the Regency, so what did they do? They said, well, we got to solve the problem, and they extended a water supply, municipal water out there, which anybody who knows anything about private sewage disposal systems knows that you don't extend municipal water where you have septic tanks, because it just totally aggravates the situation and increases the pollution and the problem. And I, as a member of the health department, was conducting the study out there at the time before coming to City Hall here because of the sewage pollution problems. And if there's any contamination, I see a report here from somebody suggesting that pollution in the area coming from the overflows, from the rainwater overflows, a lot of the contamination that goes down through that watershed is because of the defective septic tanks. Now, Club Italia has been fortunate enough to have a forced main because they were so close to the sanitary sewers and the development just adjacent to them, but they also wanted to build a seniors home there at the time, and why everybody wanted to solve the sewage problem, wanted to get water out there, and wanted to assist Club Italia with their seniors home. So all of these things have been going on since 1979. This is not a recent situation, and we have been trying to solve the problem, the sewage disposal problem, during that time. I really appreciate the report from the planning department this evening indicating that there is indeed an opportunity to use this property for development, to look after the requirements of the province regarding development lands and for residential expansion. It's the first time I've heard that kind of report, because we were always looking at this as a solution to a environmental problem in the past. So I have constantly and totally supported this expansion in the past because of the sewage disposal problems. They still exist. They are probably aggravated by a municipal water supply, but now we have planning comments that also support the expansion. And in 1979, this should not have been eliminated from the urban boundaries in the first place. It's a natural extension of the urban boundaries to the mountain road. So I have no problem with this whatsoever. I think if it was productive agricultural land, it would be utilized for that. It's been a ball field. It's been, and most of it has sat idle over the past 30, 40 years. So I have no difficulty in supporting the resolution from the, and I congratulate the staff on all of their efforts and their work and coming to this conclusion, because this hasn't been an easy decision for them. They've had constant people in opposition to this. In fact, there's one from 1997 where the same people are speaking here in opposition to it as they were at that time, and also were in opposition to the Thundering Waters and all the other developments. And I was pleased to see the planner indicate that some of these comments and quotes and statements that are made are inaccurate. So saying that and being involved with this for 30 years, this is not something new. This is something that we have kicked around for 30 years, and hopefully this will be the first step towards finalizing the problem, which should have been solved in 1979 at the time of the urban boundary expansion. There's all kinds of opportunities. Certainly the Montrose development that has been proposed in the past would be a phenomenal gateway into this city and provide a lot of amenities that certainly a lot of people would enjoy and draw more people to the area. So I would be pleased to move the motion for the recommendation of staff.
We've got a mover by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Iannoni, and I've got Councillors Pietrangelo, Wing, Carrio, and Morocco. So Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I just wanted to clear up the issue of the conflict of interest. And for that, Your Worship, I'm going to defer through you, perhaps to Mr. Ken Beeman, our city lawyer, for a comment. Back in 2008, there was a number of us on the council that were sort of led to believe, Your Worship, that by being a member of Club Italia or having family members that were members of Club Italia would constitute that we had a conflict of interest. Conflict of interest, in my understanding, is only if there's a monetary benefit that can come to you. And I just wonder, Your Worship, I don't think that the information that was given to us back in 2008 is that accurate. So I'd like a comment actually to our city solicitor, if you could.
Mr. Beeman?
Well, as I understand the information that the councillors were acting on in 2008 related to a belief that if Club Italia were dissolved, the individual members would profit by getting a portion of the value of the club. That would be an extremely unusual arrangement for a club, and in fact is a legal arrangement known as a cooperative. In any event, my information about how Club Italia is structured is that it's actually a branch of the Sons of Italy, and if the local chapter were dissolved, I very much doubt the Sons of Italy would let anybody but the Sons of Italy have the assets of that chapter. So if that's the alleged conflict, I just don't think it exists, that there would not be a monetary gain to the individual members of the club if the club were dissolved.
Very good, thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Councillor.
Yeah, just to follow up, Your Worship, and I appreciate the comment from Mr. Beeman and the clarity, and I guess that's why you see that no one around the table tonight has declared a conflict. I just wanted to say, Your Worship, that I am in support of the recommendation, and I do appreciate the planning report from planning staff, as Councillor Thompson had had already alluded to. I think, Your Worship, the lands being placed inside the urban boundary, as you can tell from the recommendation, is a very logical request, and it's been a long time coming.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wing? Well, we've already concluded the public meeting aspect. Did you
I
want
just wanted to clarify that Club Italia is not a cooperative. I'm the corporate solicitor for the club, so yes, I concur with Mr. Beeman's assessment that it is not a cooperative. So.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Wing.
Okay. My history with this only goes back 15 years. My very first council meeting, I remember something to do with this sector was on the agenda. And Mr. Darkison was the planner then, and I recall him saying our best class of agricultural land is in the north. And I know enough about soils that I can tell you only 1/2 of 1% of all the soils in Canada, the entire nation, are Class 1 soils. And I can understand why the urban boundary was drawn there in 1979. When you look at this soil map, it makes it very clear that there was something that they were trying to protect and preserve. And if you look at the map there, to me, Kayla Road and Mountain Road are pretty insignificant compared to the QEW and the hydro corridor. And the existing QEW and hydro corridor are much wider and a much more effective buffer and a much clearer boundary than those big little roads you see that are Kayla and Mountain Roads. Mrs. McMaster made the point that this urban boundary expansion is not essential, and I agree with that. And just to refer to Mr. Richardson's letter, he's quoting a letter from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing dated September 26, 2012, stating that given the 40-year supply of approved urban land within Niagara region, which is above and beyond the 20-year time horizon required by provincial policies, the application does not demonstrate the need to expand the urban boundary. This type of development could be accommodated in a residential area within the existing urban boundary. The proposed development may compromise intensification goals within the Niagara region's existing urban boundary. And that's actually a point that's been made by a few people. The Niagara Falls Nature Club really picked up on that in their letter, and they talked about favoring development in the settled area of the city to make better use of existing roads and sewer and water services, to make transit more available and affordable. And it costs money to extend those water lines and the sewer lines and all that sort of thing. And once you've done that, then you have to maintain it. We know we're not maintaining our roads as we should. We know we're not maintaining, we've got water lines still dating to the 1800s. We've got sewers that we need to separate, sewers that we need to replace. I mean, once you build this stuff, it has to be maintained. Yeah, it becomes an asset, but it's a costly asset. So it makes more sense to intensify within the existing urban boundary and make better use of what is already there. The other concern I have is our official plan has intensification nodes and intensification corridors mapped out within the settled area of the city. And that is where we're to achieve our intensification targets. And I do agree with the thinking that if we're continuing the sprawl out into the countryside and not forcing the development to take place within the urban boundary, then we're not going to achieve those intensification targets. We're not going to meet the goals we established in our official plan with those intensification nodes and intensification corridors. And I do agree that if we really want to see Queen Street revitalized, then we're going to have to hold firm on this urban boundary. This area here outside City Hall is targeted for a lot of intensification. I think it's up to 13 stories here. I know I mean, in Ferry areas, 10, 13, like 30 stories at Ferry and Stanley. And we're not going to see that intensification there or this intensification that's planned for here if we just keep crawling out into the countryside. You know, it's just more costly for cities to let that happen, and it just, to me, it doesn't make sense. It's not essential. There's something else in Mr. Richardson's letter about that the city should not consider urban boundary expansions at this time, but rather focus planning and servicing resources on lands inside the urban area to meet provincial policy objectives for infill and intensification. I just think this is a mistake, especially knowing what we know now about the quality of soil in that area.
Thank you, Councillor. And just for clarification, you referenced the Niagara Falls Nature Club. Were you referring to the PALS letter? Is that the letter you're referring to?
No, it's in our handouts. It's signed by Joyce Sankey.
Thank you. Councillor Carrio and Morocco and Iannoni.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, if we think that if we don't do things like this, that we can force developers to spend their money in areas that they don't want to spend their money, we're living in a dream world. You cannot get developers to invest their money where they have absolutely no chance to get a return on their money. This decision is up to this council. It's us that's going to make this decision on this report tonight, and it's up to each one of us to decide whether we think that this is the right place for this boundary or not. I think there was a mistake made in 1979. I agree with Councillor Thompson. It should have been Kayla Road and Mountain Road then, and because they made that mistake then, doesn't mean that we should make that mistake again today. I believe it should be where the staff is suggesting it's going to be, and that's what I'm going to vote to support. With all due respect to the opponents that spoke tonight, my God, guys, pick your fights. When you get up and object to absolutely everything that comes to this council, in my mind, you have absolutely no credibility left whatsoever. This is not going to be good agricultural farmland in our lifetime or our kids' lifetime. It's not going to be farmland. I don't like to see good farmland lost either. This is not going to be farmland, guys, ever. So I think we get that ship has sailed. So this is our decision to make. I'm going to support the recommendation. It's where it should be, and I think we should just move forward and get on with it.
Thank you. Councillor Morocco.
Does that mean you're going to allow me to speak? Your Worship, I have to say that I actually have to say I'm going to support this because you know, a lot of people actually have spoken and had some good comments to bring forward on this. And in regards to the downtown and our infill, I have to say that, you know, yes, we do have some infilling that needs to be taken care of and dealt with, and the downtown, I don't think this has anything to do with the downtown. I think that as we continue to increase our development and grow, and I actually have to say, I don't understand why that one piece wasn't included in the urban boundary. I have no idea, so I'm kind of puzzled why that little section was left out. But I think now we have to make it right. And it's interesting because in today's Bullet Media, there was an article as well. The Hamilton Niagara is to be one of the fastest growing regions in the province, according to Central Credit Union chief economist. And I know that families are moving from the GTA area to Niagara, young and old, and they're looking for places to live. And I don't know if you've ever gotten on the highway and seen the number of people driving back and forth. It's a great location, and I think it's long overdue from the development. So I'm going to support it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. All right, well, if there are no other Councillor comments, yeah, she's withdrawn her. Yeah, Councillor Gates.
This is more to our planning director. I just want to say, so I'm consistent on what I've been talking about. I don't believe the numbers that were put forward on the report on population growth are going to happen. I've been very consistent on that. I'm just wondering if whoever did the report to say that we're going to have 107,000 people here in 20 years, maybe they're the same ones that did the report that said we currently have 89,250 people living in Niagara Falls. I don't see that happening, but I want to make sure that I raise that so I'm consistent with that particular message. We haven't seen it in the last 30 years. I don't see we're going to see it in the next 20 years, particularly with the economic climate that's out there, even with some of the people coming down to Niagara. If they're going to come down to Niagara, there's got to be jobs for them as well. And just on the last page of your report, these studies and works being developed related will be paid through development charges. As such, these matters will be considered next year when the next development charges bylaw is updated. So we're looking at doing that in the new year, just for your report, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, yes, Councillor White.
Just a quick note in response to Councillor Carrio's concerns. It says on page 2 of our staff report, the majority of the area is fallow agricultural fields and some under cultivation. So I think
probably for tax purposes.
Okay, well, the staff seem to be saying that the majority of this is agricultural land still.
Okay.
I have a bunch under cultivation too. I get $20 an acre for it. It's pretty complicated.
Okay, we're going to call the vote now. If there's no other comments to the motion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, one opposed? Thank you. Thank you very much for everyone that was here for this matter. Thank you. I had to keep her. Okay, next item up, I would ask the clerk to introduce.
Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw related to the Miller Estates South Draft Plan of Subdivision. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, September 21st, 2002, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside Council Chamber.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Hurlovich, Director of Planning, will now explain the purpose and the reason behind the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. The property involved in this application is 15 hectares of land, approximately 37 acres, on the south side of Miller Road. It's west of the Niagara River Parkway. Land uses to the north are largely large estate-sized lots, as well as the east are large properties with waterfront properties along the parkway. There's a wetland to the west of the property. There are actually three applications before you tonight. One is for an official plan amendment, one is for a zoning amendment, and one is for subdivision application. All of them to basically achieve the development that you see on the plan in front of you. It basically is a U-shaped road, extending south off of Miller Road. It includes 12 lots for estate residential development, single detached dwellings, as well as one block for stormwater. There are a number of issues that been reviewed. There's a provincially significant wetland, a PSW, along the west edge of the property, shown on the screen as being a dark dotted line on the west side. It's kind of a wavy line. And then there's a 30-meter buffer area around that PSW that travels along through those four westerly lots. So that's one of the issues that we've been dealing with over the last year when we've been working with the applicant. application is well pre-existing growth plan. The subdivision, as I mentioned, is 37 acres of land to be divided into 12 lots. The lands are designated good general agriculture in part, and environmental protection in part. The is seeking special policy area provision that would allow the property to be developed for residential purposes as well as protect the environmental land. Lands are zoned rural under bylaw 395 and 66, and site-specific zone provisions are being sought for lot area, lot frontage, setback, lot coverage, accessory building regulations, as well as environmental lands to be protected by conservation open space zones. The council last heard about this application in 2008. They deferred at that time because of concerns by residents, particularly to the north side of Miller Road, with respect to drainage problems. There's also concern about traffic along Miller Road. Staff been working with the applicant since that time to address these various issues. We had an open house in February of this year for residents attended. The applicant had an opportunity to describe how the stormwater management for the site will actually deal with the current drainage problems. The city's planning decisions are required to conform with the policy statement. Provincial policy statement limits residential development as compatible to the rural area. These lands are designated rural in the region's policy plan. The proposed lot pattern establishes a logical confined property ownership, which would maintain the environmental features along the west side that I was describing earlier, and a request by the region to have a portion of one of those lots extend behind all of that to assume those environmental features would be difficult to achieve. The land is designated rural under the region's policy plan, which permits the land to be developed for rural residential purposes with a minimum 1 hectare lot size of 2.5 acres. The proposed subdivision complies with the provincial policy statement. The analysis of the agricultural capability indicated that there was very limited agricultural potential to the land and the surrounding lands due to the quality of the soil, the surrounding land use, and the fragmentation of land ownership which had already occurred. The proposed subdivision represents the final phase in the development of rural designated land in this area and the logical extension of the residential development located to the north. The proposed lot sizes range between 1 and 1.6 hectares, which would combine them with the regional policy plan. The Healthians has indicated there's sufficient lot area outside the environmental land to support private services such as septic systems, cisterns, and wells. The provincial policy statements that there should be no new lot creation in provincially significant wetlands. To address this, the region suggested that one of those 4 westerly lots include all of the PSW. The science staff, however, worked with the Conservation Authority, which recommends the lot fabric to remain as laid out sometime a minute ago. The portions of some of those lots encroach into the PSW. There is developable area outside of the wetlands, and with the introduction of the official plan designation, zoning, and restrictive conservation easement, the PSW land will be protected and maintained in the state. The official plan designates the majority of the land for general agriculture. PSW is designated environmental protection. The application reflects pre-existing growth plan. Outside special policies that we would add, the draft policy would also mandate the provision to generate building setbacks. Policies also address proposed. This would divert the stormwater that currently flows from the south side of the road onto the north side, which has created some flooding problems. You see some photographs to that effect in your attachments to your report. So by removing those culverts and then establishing leads from the drainage ditch into the underground pipe, all of the discharges would be flowing to the next river. This will work support these measures in condition of draft plan approval requires the developer engineer design and install these works to the satisfaction. The environmental protection, we mentioned the PSW on the west side. The environmental impact statement was submitted by the applicant. It recommends that the PSW be protected as well as the 30-meter buffer. There must be no buildings or structures into that. In order to implement these findings and the Conservation Authority's recommendations, it's recommended that the buffer be placed under environmental conservation in the open space zone that would prohibit buildings and structures, or that the site could be altered. As well, there would be a requirement for the arrangement through a conservation easement with the city, requiring that PSW and buffer area be maintained in the state. We already have agreements like that for the road north and under the waters, which is not unusual for this municipality. Drainage and stormwater plans are going to be need to be approved by the Conservation Authority as well. And so just outline with more clarity, the dark blue area are the significant wetlands, and the light blue are the buffer areas around that wetland. The subdivision design, in keeping with the rural residential law already established, it's going to be served by an internal road system, and draft plan approval requires a certain conditions be met prior to creation. The zoning for this area is already rural, which permits 1 acre lots. We would actually be increasing 1 hectare minimum lot size. As well, we'd be increasing the interior side yard. The exterior side yard is about the same, 20.7 meters down to 20 meters. Rear yard depth would increase from 9.1 meters to 20 meters. The front yard depth would also be approximately the same, 20.7 meters to 20 meters. The PSWs would be in a safe zone. Therefore, we're recommending support of this application because we find it compliant with the use of conservation policies. Permission to wetlands will be protected, and stormwater drainage will be adjusted to the stormwater pond and installation of pipes. Therefore, we're recommending that the application to amend the official plan be approved and be developed for residential purposes. The council will grant draft plan approval to Miller Road South, Mayor, or designate the authorized to sign. Council grant draft plan approval for 3 years. And the Mayor directly authorized subdivision agreement in March. The highlights of that application.
Thank you, Mr. Hilovich. Are there any questions of council at this point? Okay, seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 1724 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendment. Mr. Bacher, welcome back. As you know, we have a 10-minute limit.
Thank you. I am familiar with this area, but not all the planning history. On page 3 of the report, it indicates that the lands are designated as a site-specific rural area. That very well be correct, and therefore the development is in effect grandfathered. What it'd be interesting to hear from staff when that was approved and that, because I sincerely do not, know that aspect of the history. I am concerned about the statement about the applications pre-exist the provincial growth plan. Because as part of this application, there's going to be an official plan amendment. And that amendment is subject to the growth plan because it's after the date of application. It's also of interest that I believe that these very lands were subject to an Ontario Municipal Board hearing. They were part of, my knowledge, a larger area to permit rural estate development, such as these 2-acre lots. And that they were rejected by the Municipal Board as a violation of the growth plan. Unlike the area of the growth plan that we heard about earlier, there's a specific clause in the growth plan that deals with these sorts of applications on areas that are designated good agricultural land. It says that they shall not be permitted, that this is not to be an acceptable use under the growth plan, that these are henceforth prohibited. And that was essentially why the OMB in the larger Willoughby area ruled the regional plan amendment. It was why it was rejected, because the growth plan had a realization that this was a sort of wasteful urban development to cut up rural land into large 2.5-acre lots that can be facilitated by septic tanks, and that this sort of thing should not be permitted in the future. I have walked this area. I've walked Miller Road, very well-forested area. Could be that the provincially significant wetland extends to a larger area than is currently mapped. And a lot of the photographs that I see in this report from area residents, photographs showing flooding and the type of trees that survive in a wetland, certainly indicates to me that the wetland could be a very much larger area than is currently designated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else other than the applicant who'd like to address this for us tonight? Okay. Seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to advise that Mr. Brian Sinclair and Ms. Kathy Dudla, principals of both applicants, are here tonight, as well as Jason Scully and Zach Ally, the two project engineers. Mr. Scully would be most pleased to respond to any questions that you may have with respect to drainage issues which have been brought up over the past several years, and any other engineering matters. Secondly, I would like to thank and commend all staff members, especially Messrs. Alex Hurlovich and Andrew Bryce, and all the others that have worked diligently on this application over the last 10 years. The application was first submitted in 2001 and has been thoroughly studied for many years. It is our opinion that the application before you now represents the best use of the subject land. I will keep my comments very brief tonight, given the time of the night. We have reviewed the staff report and the correspondence received with respect to the application and the process that has been involved, and would like to advise that we fully support the recommendations raised in the staff report, including all of the 42 conditions listed in Appendix A, save and except for condition 4D, which we kindly request be deleted. We raised this issue with Messrs. Hurlovich and Bryce recently, who have confirmed with the traffic department that the 1.52 meter road widening to the city along the south side of Miller Road is not warranted at this time, and therefore this condition should be deleted. With respect to the correspondence that has been delivered over the years, and in particular since 2008, it appears the major concern of the neighbors has been drainage. We fully understand why nobody would want to deal with any more flooding. However, the drainage plan that has been proposed by the applicant's consultants has been studied by city staff and has been approved. Therefore, we trust that there will be no further drainage issues. But as I have indicated earlier, Mr. Scully would be pleased to answer any questions with respect to same. With respect to the comments just raised by Dr. Bachner, I believe he indicated that these lands were subject to an OMB hearing. He is incorrect. If he is referring to the hearing that occurred with respect to OPA 170, he is incorrect because these lands were not subject to that OMB hearing. In fact, the province withdrew the appeal that was launched against these lands before any hearing occurred. So there was no OMB hearing on these lands. Facts must be stated correctly. Other than that, in conclusion, we would kindly request that you support and approve the application as presented by Mr. Hurlovich, save and except for condition 4D on the Appendix A, which is the condition with respect to the road widening, which is not necessary, not required, and not warranted.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kilgardy. First, if we could ask Mr. Hurlovich if you could comment on that deletion request of 4D.
Yes, and I apologize to council for not having mentioned that, but we did discuss that with our traffic people earlier today, and the widening is not warranted, and so therefore we're not requesting the widening, so 4D can be eliminated.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Carey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm in support of the plan. I would like our engineering department just to quickly run through what the plan is exactly for the to alleviate the drainage problem, because I've been down there many times with some of the neighbors looking at the problem, and I understand it's more of our problems, our ditches, our culverts that have caused the problem in the area, not this development. So, but I'd like to make sure that we're all on the same page as far as what we're going to do to fix it.
Mr. Mayor, the councillor is correct. We've been working with the Morlatos and a number of the property owners in that area for about 10 years. The problem is the size of the culvert that goes underneath River Road and outlets into the Niagara River. And knowing that this application was being proposed, we were going to try and work with the developer who need to have a secure outlet along the same road allowance to resolve the problem. And in fact, that's what we've done. What we're proposing and what we've approved is a stormwater management facility on Block 13. And it will contain the flows to match the pre-development conditions and more. And it will outlet the stormwater from the subdivision down the Miller Road allowance and provide a new outlet into the Niagara River. At the same time, we'll be picking up some of the localized flooding problems that has been experienced near the intersection of Miller and the Niagara River Parkway, and we'll be tying in some of the drainage systems that have been put in place in kind of a haphazard way in trying to deal with the problem over the past 10 years or so. So we see this as an opportunity, a cost-effective way to resolve the localized problem at the same time.
Thank you, Worship. So you're comfortable that we've, I don't say over-engineered the project to handle the drainage, but that we're not going to have a problem with drainage in this area once the work is completed?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. This solution addresses the runoff from the existing lands and also the larger problem, which is securing a better outlet.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Gates, Councillor Thompson.
Just to follow up to your points here, have you, because there's a number of residents and a number of pictures here, have you spoke with the residents before this particular, this came to council? Have you met with the residents that have the concerns, talked to them about what's going on, talk what's going to happen with this new subdivision, so that they're fully aware of what's going on, so that they could either say yes or no, or they don't think that's good enough. Have you had any meetings with the residents?
To the councillor, I haven't spoken to them directly. Obviously, they participated in the public process, and the photographs that are attached to the report, I have copies of them on my desk and in my files. I've seen what's gone on there. Part of the problems have been the conditions with the maintenance of the ditches, leaves in the ditches, culverts not flowing properly, and icy conditions. You'll see some of those evidence of that in the pictures. And we've got the design prepared, and I'd be happy to meet with any of the residents who have any concerns or questions about what's going to be done. I think their contributions to the public information process have been well documented. So they've had their opportunity to raise their concerns, and I think we've addressed them.
Okay, thank you very much. The clerk would like to comment.
Yeah, just for the appropriate context, those letters are from 2008. They're not current letters.
Okay. You're good? Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I was pleased. I had the same question as Councillor Carrio. If you look at these pictures, obviously there's a serious drainage problem, and the response from the engineer appears to be that to solve this problem, there's going to be monies coming forward and work done that is going to solve the existing problem and resolve this drainage issue. And you're satisfied with the engineering drawings and what they propose? That's right. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Pietrangelo.
Your Worship, I guess through you to Mr. Holman, I'm just wondering, is the pipe at Miller Road and the Niagara Parkway going to be larger than it is right
now? I don't recall the exact dimension of the existing. Perhaps the developer's engineer who did the actual design could provide that information, Mr. Stewart.
Sure. Excuse me, may a resident make one comment? Is it too late? Pass?
Yeah, we've already passed that part. Yeah, we've already passed that part. Yeah, thank you.
Just some comments that were raised, and I just want to...
I appreciate that. Do we have the engineer? Oh, you're going to speak? Okay.
Yes.
Yes, if you could, please.
My name is Jason Scalia from Upper Canada Consultants. I'm speaking on behalf of the application. To answer that question, there will be connecting to either building a new culvert or you connecting into the existing one, depending on the state of the existing culvert. The condition of it would be what the question is.
Councillor?
Yeah, thank you. When would we know, like, which one it is? I mean, if we're going to pass
during the
this
detailed
tonight,
design, but the city staff will confirm this. Excuse me. City staff is going to have to look at the final design, your engineering staff. They will look at that in detail. It's proposed to put a 600 diameter culvert across the road, across the river and into the creek, as it's shown on the plans, the recent plans. So they're just going to confirm the size of it for any additional works that may be required for the existing drainage problems on Miller Road.
So I'm sorry, Your Worship. The culvert that's at Miller Road and the Parkway right now is going to be replaced?
Yes.
And what size is it going to be when it gets replaced?
Right now, the current plan shows us 600 millimeter diameter, which is 2 feet in diameter.
Which is 2 feet, and right now it's 10 inches?
I'm not 100% sure. 12 inch?
It's 12 inch right now, and then it's going to go to 24?
Yes.
Okay. And then all the, I know they talked about the new sort of drainage pattern on Block 13. Block 13 simply outlets back to Miller Road.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, that's the part. The subdivision will drain into Block 13 first, then there'll be the stormwater management controls will be put in place there to restrict the amount of water going out and store it in the ponds and slowly discharge it through the pipe out back to down the Miller Road allowance underground. So it's not going to be adding to the existing surface water system that you see there. And in addition to that, what they're going to do is they're going to put in catch basins, we'll call them, into that pipe that's going underground to resolve some of the drainage issues that you see in some of those pictures from the report from 2008.
Okay. Your Worship, that does explain a little bit better. I think initially I was thinking that if Block 13 was simply another way of getting the water to Miller Road, then the culvert obviously had to be replaced because all the roads can end up on Miller Road, or all the water, sorry, is going to end up on Miller Road. But it's nice to hear that the culvert will be widened in some places. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor questions? Oh, yeah, Councillor Gates.
I want to make sure I get the decision here correct. And one of the residents wanted to speak. I understand, but you know what? I asked a question to Mr. Holman that, if you talk to the residents, give us an idea of where they're feeling. And the residents here, why not give them the opportunity to inform the council on what the residents think? I think that's fair. I understand that the letters came from 2008, but there's been a lot of things changed since 2008 from the report. And I just think that in fairness to the resident who's got to live with this for the rest of their lives, maybe it's an opportunity to let them speak. That's my
Well, Councillor,
opinion.
procedurally, if you'd like to make that motion, and if there's, is there a specific resident that would like to speak for the residents?
I'll second that, Your Worship.
Okay. Is there a specific resident? Okay, then this, just so you know that we're going out of procedure as a motion of council. Got a motion of Councillor Gates, second by Councillor Peter Angelo. Any discussion to the motion? All those in favor? Okay. Sir, did you want to come forward and speak on behalf of the residents? And if you could state your name and your address.
Sure. My name is Harold Selman. I reside at 2505 Miller Road. I was unaware that you folks had all the pictures from 2008, but I'm basically the photographer who took those pictures at that time. To be clear about the culvert, and I just want to make certain that you're aware of the proposed culvert, where it would be going. It's not going to be replacing a culvert. And the images that you have in front of you is flooding primarily due to the north side of Miller Road and the culvert. Okay? That culvert is 16 inches, 16 or 18 inches. It has been videotaped. It has been flooded with the cameras. And, excuse me, the fellows for the city, when they took the camera out many years ago, in 08 or 07, said this culvert is destroyed. It's rusted in the center and it's collapsed. So our biggest concern years ago is that when Mr. Sinclair, and please, we're for development out there, so we're not against the development by any means. But on the south side of this road, if that water come over to the north side, there would be a problem. So they've proposed a plan would be to put underground piping of, I think it's 16 or 18 inches, about 1,500 feet through the length of the property and down to the river. And I think that should work because it's completely encapsulated. Leaves and sticks won't impede with the water flow. They've also mentioned that they're going to cap, going across from the south side to the north side of the road, the existing culverts. So that should alleviate some water on the north side. A concern as a homeowner there is that the north culvert, so basically if you look at Miller Road, if we could go back to the shot of Miller Road, if there's one here. As Miller runs down to the river, maybe the one right here, to the river, you will have a new culvert that the city will be putting in, the developer putting in on the right-hand side or the south side of the road, as one on the north side as well. The one on the north side is rotted. So that at the time of installation of a culvert going from the south side to the parkway, it may be prudent to have some engineers take a look at some additional costs. So once the north side does collapse, and I mean tonight on the way here, the culverts on the north side of the Miller Road, there are 16-inch culverts, and these are driveway culverts. And with a little bit of rain that we had today, we had 15 inches of culvert covered. You've just seen the very top 1 inch of the culvert. And then I went to the other side, and the culvert's wide open because leaves and debris. And that's what is happening. So they're continually, I mean, I've spent If I won't spend 20 hours between there and the time the spring comes along, keeping those culverts clean, because it's a tremendous, tremendous problem, as you've seen by the photos. So we're not against the development, and I think a lot of us are for it. Other than the fact is that if a Band-Aid, we don't want to revisit this, down the pipe, and the north culvert is collapsing. One other thought process is 6 years ago, when Miller Road was a dead end, we bought this house 10 years ago, it was a dead end road. Vince, you remember those days, all the hunting that used to go up there. But today, with $30 million of development from the north side that Brian has passed several years ago, and this development will be easily $20 million. I'm sorry, $10 million and $20 million on the north side. So it's a conceivably large dollar figure that's going into our economy, and I just don't know if these culverts are, it's a lot of money for, answer some questions, because I have a lot of answers, I'm just not a very good presenter.
Thank you, Mr. Selman. Questions for Mr. Selman?
Yes.
Councilor Iannone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff, have we not addressed the concerns they brought to us in 2008? He keeps talking about the same. Have we not fixed it since then?
No. Matter of fact, it has become worse. And I will tell you, now, the city has come out and cleaned the ditches. I'll tell you, you see a lot more of the white trucks going up and down the road, but you don't see them stopping. 4 years ago, I took probably several tons of leaves out of the north ditch. I know I'm talking about the north ditch. And I called the city, come and remove them with a tractor. They didn't show. I had, a fellow come out, my expense, to remove the leaves and push them away.
Okay, so we haven't fixed it since they brought the pictures in 2008. That isn't the development that's before us. That's work we should have done before this development was before us?
That perhaps could be, yes, that could perhaps be tied in the future when maybe the culvert goes under the south side to the parkway.
Yeah, I think we're talking two different things. We're looking at this application, but maybe we should have done our work 2008. This is separate and aside from the application.
And I understand it.
No, but I'm glad you brought it to our attention. We see things, they get passed or they get passed on, and I would not have known that wasn't done before this application comes before us. But is there by any chance anywhere on a budget coming up in 2013?
Mr. Mayor, the whole objective of doing the project is to coordinate all these issues and get them done at the same time in a cost-effective way. If we can get the developer to pay for a lot of these improvements, then we'll get them done. The Niagara Parkway is not even a road under our jurisdiction. So we have to deal with a number of service issues, maintenance issues. Our staff has been out there extensively.
Okay.
And maybe we haven't been there to clean out the ditches every week or every month.
And we're not requesting that. I'm undertaking
that. So we can tie
into
the work that's going to take place.
And we will respond to the situation whenever we're called upon. It's not something that can be done on a regular basis with the resources we have.
May I?
So through you to Mr. Holm again, so we will coordinate it with the work that's going to take place that's more cost efficient if this application gets passed.
That's the whole objective.
I'd move the application.
Okay. Okay. Hold on a second. We got a couple before you.
Okay. I just thought, in terms of this application that's before you this evening, it is based on a certain diameter of a pipe running from the Niagara Parkway. I'm not talking about the whole development. The pipe going just under the parkway. At some point in time, and here we're having a tremendous 10 years of an issue trying to get water going under the parkway, what will happen to the residents on the north side when that pipe collapses? So I guess my thought process here is if engineering could kind of think that, well, in several years, we're going to have to add another 20 acres of water into this mix. Because I will tell you right now, looking at the topographical area of this blue square, the water in those pictures that you have on your desk, 10% of it, maybe 15% of it. I mean, I've walked it for years. I know the property. 10% of that water contributes to those pictures. The other 80-90% is run south and west. So it's not that property is contributing to Miller Road at all. Okay. It's just we can't contend with what we have currently. So.
Okay, thank you. All right, we have a motion by Councilor Iannone to move. Oh, yeah, give me, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So we made an exception here today, folks, so this is not part of our procedure. We did make an exception. If there's someone else, we need a motion of council. I don't know, do we have, I mean for residents to speak, is what I'm asking. We've got some residents asking. Councillor Gates, I don't know, you kind of started this one. I don't know if you want to make a motion? Yep.
My opinion is if residents want to speak to their councillors, we should allow them to speak, particularly on an issue as important as this. Flooding in Chippewa has been an issue in a lot of areas, and I like to hear from the residents. That's just me. Fellow councillors don't want to do that, but...
No, I think they all do. I mean, in fairness, we asked everyone, anyone other than the applicant, and that's fine. Things have changed. So what we'll do, we've got a motion by Councillor Gates, second by Councillor Carrio, or Peter Angelo rather, that we allow the other residents to speak. All those in favor? Okay, so it's moved. Yeah, if you'd like to come forward, sir. And
Mr. Mayor and Council, my name is Andy Morlad and my wife Gail. We own 2 properties on Miller Road. My wife was born on the farm. We lived on that farm and that property before they even put the road past our driveway. They raised the road. We've been hollering ever since then about the ditches not being drained properly to the city. That's in 1961 when we moved there. And we still got the same problem. The Parks Commission, 2004, wrote a letter. We wrote a letter to them. And they wrote a letter back to the city saying that they would cooperate with the city to put in a larger culvert across the boulevard. Nothing's happened. It's the same story every year.
well, if I understand correctly, this
Okay.
proposal, we're going to address this
These
problem.
people
Is
are
that right?
talking about
Yes?
what's going on in Mill Road. We've lived there all our lives. We're telling you right now to get the drain right, not knocking development, period, no. Just do it right.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. So have we've heard from everybody tonight then? I am now, yes, Councillor Maves?
Your Worship, I have a little problem here in that I'm looking at this road here, and obviously we've had drainage problems on the north side for 40 years, or in excess of 40 years. And then going back to our original, which we were doing the development on the south side, I'm having a hard time. I think we just got a maintenance problem on the north side, because I can't see a developer paying for drainage on both sides of the road. I'm having a hard time with that. And maybe I'm wrong here, but I think basically this is just a maintenance problem, and we have to make a motion that this thing be cleaned out regularly, or get some maintenance out there so that that drain is properly done. And as the gentleman said, work with the Parks Commission and get the culvert on that side large enough to drain that. And then we deal with the other the new development. I think they're 2 separate issues and I can't see how these tie in, or do they tie in?
Maybe we can get staff to comment on that suggestion. I don't know whether our CAO or...
Mr. Mayor, we don't need that motion. I think you've heard from the Director of Engineering that the issue on the north side of the road will be in part solved by the development of the south. And at the same time, the engineers will work out a solution to the north culvert. And you've heard the engineers say that whenever they can get out there as time permits, a motion directing us to get out there is not going to solve that with our staffing needs. They'll get out there when they can, and hopefully by the time this development gets moving, we'll have both sides of the road solved.
I'm just wondering, in the meantime, we've had a big rain today, and these people need relief, I think, now. And I don't know what the big holdup is. Are we short-staffed? Do we not have the equipment? Do we not have the money? Or what is it? I think that at least the culvert should be cleaned and the pipe cleaned or something, so that you get some sort of drainage there. Is there something we can do to give them some immediate relief?
Mr. Holman, can you help me on this one?
Mr. Mayor, we'll investigate tomorrow and report back through a memorandum as to how we're going to deal with it. We can advise staff just exactly what we need to do. I think that's probably the best way to handle it.
Okay.
We're not going to design it tonight.
Councillor, you're good with that?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions of council at this point? All right. Public meeting with respect to proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. We've got a motion by Councillor Ioannoni, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that we move the report. Any discussion to the motion? Yeah, Councillor Gates?
Just real quick on Appendix A and conditions of draft plan approval. We're taking D.
Yes.
We're taking 4D out.
Yes.
Correct.
Minus
And-
4D.
And the second part on number 11, the developer pay the development charges per bylaw number 209-120. Is that the discounted development fees? Is that what that particular bylaw is?
I don't know what the bylaw number is, but I assume that it's the correct number.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm ready to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. All right, thank you very much. Okay, moving along, I would ask the clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a proposed residential development, future subdivision at 6690 Montrose Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on September 29, 2012, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board, shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'd ask Mr. Ilovich, our Director of Planning, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. This application is for a official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment for approximately 7 acres of land on the east side of Montrose Road. The lands are shown immediately south of a east-west hydro corridor. On the east side of the property is the Queen Elizabeth Way. South of that are industrial lands. To the north beyond the hydro corridor are residential properties. West across Montrose Road are some vacant residential lands and some parklands. McBain Centre is farther to the south. The site plan was submitted with the application, but it's not before council this evening. It shows how the applicant believes that the area could develop, so that it shows a long dead-end street extending into this property, but it's not the plan that's being considered tonight. The site is 7 acres, as I said. The subject lands, together with industrial lands to the south, make up about 40 acres of industrial lands, which contain warehousing, wholesaling, and construction yards. In 1991, there's a bit of history on this property. In 1991, the owner applied to redesignate and rezone the property from industrial to residential for an apartment building. Staff recommended against that. The application was approved. In 1992, the owner returned to council, asked the zoning be changed from apartment to single-family dwellings for 42 lots. Staff recommended against that. It was approved. 2000, the applicant came back, or the owner came back, and he changed his mind. He wanted to change it from residential back to industrial. Staff, of course, supported that one because we found that I was compatible with the industrial uses. Council approved that one. Now the applicant's back, or the owner's back, and he wants to change the property to residential in the official plan and to an R3 mixed residential zone. We had an open house on September the 20th of this year. One resident appeared. There really weren't any comments submitted on this. Provincial policy statements and regional growth plan. The growth plan require that there's a preservation of employment lands. Those documents weren't around in 1991 when council last designated these lands as residential. The applicant Staff has consistently said residential mixed with industrial is not compatible. That continues to be our position. Provincial policy is focusing on conservation of employment lands, and the proposed application would remove the subject lands from an employment district in the city. Conversion of employment lands is permitted only through municipal comprehensive review. In 2007, the city did a comprehensive review. We discovered that there was a large supply of industrial lands, particularly in Greenfield area. These lands are not Greenfield. This is part of our built boundary area. The review concluded as well that lands fronting directly onto Montrose Road provide exceptional characteristics for business because of the high visibility from the QEW and provide strong access to the QEW-McLeod Road interchange. Should be noted that the property fronts directly onto Montrose Road within 1 kilometer of the QEW Montrose interchange. 2007 analysis, lands with these attributes should be protected to attract high quality industries and offices that pay higher wages. The subject lands are in a prime location for these sorts of businesses. There are relatively few properties available. The property is designated industrial. It's intended to provide a suitable environment for industrial operations. The industrial designation states lands along controlled access highways and high volume arterial roads to be preserved. At the applicant's request, Council deferred a portion of both Official Plan Amendment 94 that pertained to these lands in order to allow them to proceed with this application. The lands to the south are still designated industrial and are considered an employment area. Introducing residential adjacent to QEW employment corridors not in conformity with the official plan. We don't believe the lands are compatible with the surrounding industrial uses. The designation says that development shall be compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Lands to the south are industrial. Even the plan that site plan that we're not looking at, but would require a 20-meter buffer from the southern boundary of those industrial lands in order to meet the Ministry of Environment D6 guidelines. As well, there would be a fair amount of noise attenuation needed because of the QEW if it was residential use. So therefore, the amount of mitigation and buffering that's needed, again, represents a significant compatibility issue. The lands are currently zoned prestige industrial. The applicant is requesting that the lands be changed to an R3, which would permit single detached, semi-detached, duplex, triplex, quadruplex, and street houses. Staff cannot support this request since we can't support the official plan amendment. Our conclusion is that the doesn't comply with the provincial policy statement. The industrial lands that front on the QEW are in short supply and a finite resource that should be preserved for future employment. There are several industrial uses in the area that have made significant investments in the last few years, and that we should continue to ensure the long-term compatibility of this area. Development of subject land for residential is inefficient since lands will have to be mitigated to the lands to the south will have to be buffered, and the depth of the property would likely require that the inclusion of the property to the south in order to loop the road. The depth of the property would exceed our 150-meter limit. Our recommendation is that Council deny the application for official plan and zoning amendment, and that Council also advise the region that we remove the deferral of Part 2, Sections 8.8 and 8 to 8.83 of Official Plan Amendment 94 that's currently before the region. Those are the highlights.
Thank you, Mr. Hilovich. Are there any questions of our planner from Council? Okay. Seeing none. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral that it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheets will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 1724 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to address council. Yep, yes, sir. State your name and your address, please.
Good evening. David Sebin, 6716 Montrose Road. We are the property immediately south of Fernando Pingu's property. And speaking on behalf of my mother, who is the landowner and the president of the Sebin Construction, which currently occupies that space. And primarily her concerns are, of course, that this is an industrial area, and we want to ensure that her industrial portion, which is unique in Niagara Falls, which runs from Queenie all the way to Montrose Road. In fact, of that entire industrial subdivision, only 3 properties go all the way from Montrose Road to the new Montrose Road. The other one's, of course, going to Old Montrose Road, which is Kidsman Court. So her concern is that ensure that her property will continue to be used as an industrial area, and that there won't be any complaints and problems in the future should a subdivision be put next to a functioning construction company with heavy equipment running through the property, which is almost going to be in people's backyards. So we want to ensure that it does not adversely affect her property continuing to be used as an industrial area.
Maybe we'll get you an answer for that. Mr. Hurlovich, can you comment on the question put forward?
Well, council is not dealing with changing that use. What the department has suggested, though, is that by introducing a residential use to the north, it's going to come up with the exact compatibility problems that the owner's representative is speaking about. There could be complaints about noise, dust, whatever. So I can't guarantee that there won't be complaints.
I guess if the question is, if residential was there, would there be any negative effect on the current industrial to the south? Is there any negative effect in terms of the current use of that property? I think that's what he's asking. If residential's there and they don't like what he's doing, is there anything? Do they have any recourse?
Well, they're going to complain to the Ministry of the Environment. I don't know. The industrial use was there first, so whether. Anyway, all of the things that he's afraid of could happen. That's all I can say.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Carrier.
In all fairness, I thought that was a bit of a weak answer. If Mr. Sebin has the authority to do what he can do in an industrial area, whether there's a residential development put in beside him, he can continue to do whatever he's doing as long as he's conforming with the bylaw according to what he can do in an industrial area. They can complain all they like, but if he's doing what he's supposed to be doing in his zoned industrial area, he can continue to do it. And the residents could complain all they want, but there'd be nothing they could do about what he's doing if he's running a legal use. That'd be the way I would answer that.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Hurlovich?
I thought in essence that's what I said, but Mr. Carrier, Councillor Carrier said it so much better. I accept it.
He wants to be the Deputy Director of Planning. Yes, sir. Solicitor would like to comment. Mr. Beeman?
Yes, I think compatibility of land uses within the law isn't something you can't defend the practices of an industrial property by saying that I was here first. You can't defend that is a factor that's taken into account in an area of law that's known as nuisance, which is where you might bring an action in a situation like this. But being there first ain't going to help you. That's why SciTech puts such energy into trying to make sure that everybody within that famous kilometer of theirs is notified and knows what's going on, and they try to keep residential as far away from them as they can. Because they know from bitter experience that when you get residential near you, they start to complain. And that's one of the reasons for zoning is to try to keep the land uses apart, because you do get those conflicts. A classic example that I'm thoroughly familiar with is the airport in Mississauga. Everybody knows it's there. Everybody who buys a house gets a huge warning thing that says, there's an airport here. It makes all kinds of noise. That doesn't stop regular praise to Hazel's office from residents who are unhappy with the noise generated by the airport. That just happens when you put things close together, so.
I haven't seen them shut the airport down yet.
Well, the airport, you see, is subject to is a federal jurisdiction. You can't do anything about it, not that Hazel doesn't try. But from a legal standpoint, you can't do anything to them. There are other factors which are subject to provincial legislation that have been less fortunate. Having to make all kinds of accommodations. Another one that I'm familiar with is the GM plant that used to be on Ontario Street in St. Catharines. And we had a number of, I attended a few meetings where we tried to resolve issues between them and when they had night shifts and they opened the windows to let the air in, then the neighbors would complain, and the next day they'd be in my office, and we'd try to see if we could work something out. But the city wanted both to keep the guys in GM working, and then on the other hand, let the people nearby sleep. So there's always a risk when these things get close together.
Okay, thank you. We've got Councillor Thompson and Peter Angelo.
Well, first of all, I hate to talk about history again, but this thing goes back to 1991. And if you know the property, hopefully everybody's driven by it and had a look at it. It was an apartment building historically. That's all that's been on there, and it's been sitting vacant as an old dilapidated two-story apartment for the past 40 years, maybe longer, 40 years that I know of. And the one time it did come to council, it was passed for residential use, and then I believe Mr. Filicetti had an opportunity for industrial development on the property, and Mr. Pingu let it lapse and didn't go through, and then the deal for the industrial development didn't take place, so it sat there idle for the past 10 to 15 years, maybe longer. The entire area across the road and to the south have all been developed in residential property. In fact, one person who showed up at the public meeting was from across the road and said, "I hope that you're not zoning this industrial. We're all residential around here now." So certainly there has to be protection for the existing industrial area, which has been there for historically years and years, the same as the other property of the Pingus. But I think they can be compatible. I think they can, fencing and protection can be put there. But this is a predominantly residential area. It's right in the heart of the city. There is no other industry that exists there. So I think we're trying to suggest that this is something that is totally foreign for that area. It's not. It's been used for residential purposes for the past 40 years. So this is not new. And it hasn't been used. And the people across the road, if they knew that this was an industrial development coming here, I'm sure they'd be in here expressing their concern.
Thank you. Councillor Peter Angelo.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I don't mind this becoming a residential use either. I wanted to go back to the point that Mr. Beeman had made. Mr. Beeman? Hello? I just wanted to go back to the point about the neighbors complaining, because I know that historically some developers have put an awareness clause in their purchase and sale agreements, letting people that are buying these lots that are next to industrial uses know about the property that they're buying, and just making them aware of the fact that they're going to be abutting industrial. And are you telling me that if there's an awareness clause in the purchase and sale agreement, then that still doesn't negate the fact that the person can complain and win later on?
In my experience, they're absolutely useless.
What a country we live in.
Okay. Councillor Mays.
No, I have a concern too in that being next door to an industrial business. We dealt with noise bylaws down on Buttery Avenue a few years back. I'm just wondering, should Mr. Seven down the road sell his property and it's still industrial, If somebody comes in with a business that's gonna make noise, is there any recourse with anyone, or whose problem is it? Is it the person who buys the industrial property, or is it the residents? There's another question that I think we need to get answered here as well, because Mr. Seven could sell his property a few years after he's been there. So I'd like to know where we sit with that.
Mr. Beeman, in the same vein, the question is, if Mr. Seven sells his property to the south, and someone else comes in to develop it, and the residents are complaining, I mean, what's his recourse if there's residential put into the subject properties? I think is that what you're asking, Councillor Mace?
You know, if you recall, on Buttry Avenue, we had a bunch of residents in the neighborhood that were complaining about a business that was making noise. And I'm just wondering if that could change, if we run into that same problem again, you could have a whole subdivision complaining about the noise in brand new houses. It could be pretty scary.
Well, you could have that. On the other hand, you might not. I mean, it's a risk, and that's something you just have to assess. The question that I specifically wanted to address is what the legal ramifications are. Yes, there are ways that there's both bylaws that could be used, or the common law action of nuisance could be used, which would frustrate the efforts of the industrial user. You could get complaints, you might not. There might be people who actually read the warning clause and actually realize what they're getting into. In my experience, such people are kind of rare. I've frequently met with, particularly in Mississauga, because we have so many complaints for this type of thing to deal with there. Those kind of clauses, they put up huge signs. I mean, these things were colossal, warning people about neighboring brickyards in one case. In another case, it was of course the airport all over the place, and people still they wanted to complain.
I'm just trying to avoid that here, so that down the road, if someone that does come in, I think we had another business that there was a noise problem too, and I'm just thinking it would be buyer beware, I guess, to buy one of those lots, I would think.
Well, you would hope people, as Councillor Peter Angelo observed, would be mature enough to realize that when they read, that they should read their agreement, and when they read that, they should be prepared to accommodate the industrial user, which is there before they move there.
Yeah. I have no problem with a subdivision. I'm just as concerned of mine that down the road it's a problem.
Usually what's in the price too.
Yeah, exactly what. Councillor Wing and Morocco.
Yeah, I have concerns as well about the incompatibility issues. And, you know, the staff have pointed out in our report that we need to protect the industrial lands fronting onto the QEW in order to capitalize on long-term opportunities for businesses and services there. And, you know, this is the prestige industrial land. When you drive up toward Toronto, like, you see it all along the highways there, and you know, we often ask, say, why do other areas have what we do? You know, why can we have what other areas have? Well, we protect it. Perhaps we can. I mean, we're in the gateway economic zone. Like, there's lots of opportunities down the line, but we need to protect the land now for future economic growth. And the staff pointed out as well that long-term protection of these is necessary for us to diversify our employment, and it's also going to be a lot better off for us economically in the future, because converting prime industrial to residential land can cause a loss of future revenue. You know, there's a good discussion under financial implications about how industrial land generates more tax revenue than equivalently valued residential property, and residential land increases demand for other services, police, fire, garbage pickup, that are ongoing expenses beyond what's contemplated under the development charges bylaw. So basically it costs you more to service a residential subdivision, and it brings in less tax revenue. So I'm really concerned about letting this go to residential and protecting the industry that's there. I mean, there's quite a little pocket of industry down there between the QEW and Old Montrose Road, and I think we need to protect that. And when I look at the map, the aerial photo there, I see a big natural buffer, and it's that hydro corridor. I mean, it's funny because that we're dealing with this property as well tonight, because here we have another property, like the one that was a few miles north on the QEW, fronting on the QEW, right there with the natural buffer in the hydro corridor. And I really think it's important for us to protect it in the future. Once it's gone to residential, it's gone, and I think we have to be serious about diversifying our economy in the future and keeping land available in order to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Morocco.
Actually, Your Worship, pretty much what's already said. I'm just going to say that I'm going to support the application based on staff's recommendation. I'm just a little nervous of putting residential into an industrial area, especially when there's a lot of industrial around. You've got fumes, I think, being informed here tonight. We're aware that it's industrial, and then therefore down the road we're going to say, okay, we're going to deal with all these issues that are going to come forward when people move in there and complain about the noise of industrial. So I'm actually going to support staff's recommendation.
Okay, I'm going to now continue on with the public meeting, and we're going to actually hear from the applicant. So I'd like to now invite the applicant up, or his or her representative, to address council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Duncan McFarlane. I'm here on behalf of Fernando Pingu and the planner for the applicant, Doug Darbyson, who submitted the application backup report. I wonder if we could have the overhead that shows not one. Thank you. Both Mr. Pingu and Mr. Darbyson are here, and if there are any questions of them, we'll be glad to deal with them. The history has been fairly discussed already, both by the planner and by Councillor Thompson. But the fact of the matter is, we talk about all of the industrial opportunity that exists in that particular area. Mr. Pingu has had it zoned industrial since the year 2000. He has been marketing it since the year 2000. 12 years, 2 inquiries. The Council for Economic Development for the city has been backing Mr. Pingu up, trying to help get it marketed and sold. 2 inquiries, no offers. There's just not a demand there. And with due respect to Mr. Sevens, none of the existing industries, the real industries that are south of there, south of Mr. Sevens' property, none of them have opposed this. Look at the drawing. The subject property is directly opposite another subdivision. The city itself just disposed of land, which is innocuously referred to as vacant residential. This is not in an industrial area. This is in a residential area. Councillor Thompson has it exactly right. It's a residential area. There is a small enclave of low-impact industrial uses that are coexisting perfectly happily with the residential uses around, and there is an enormous resource of industrial space already zoned, all ready to go, all fronting on service roads, all visible from the Queen Elizabeth Highway. And this is not taking land away from some precious minor resource that exists just to benefit the city. The city has, through its own good planning, got ample industrial resource. The city itself, and mention was made of the urban metrics analysis that was done in 2007, has a huge supply of industrial lands. Now, not all of that huge supply is on the Queen Elizabeth Way, but there's a large supply of zoned industrial lands ready to go, ready for sale, not yet sold, but ready to go, that would accommodate any reasonable industrial user, one of whom, Mr. Pigdew tells me, might very well be him in the future.
But in any event, the city is blessed. There are problems of infilling in Niagara Falls, in downtown Niagara Falls. I can appreciate that, and I'm sure it's a big concern. And there is a good supply of residential areas, but not of this kind of residential area. The drawing that was shown as part of the application, in my respectful view, was perhaps a little misleading to members of council, because it was the drawing shown back in the early 90s, and it was a single-family development. R3 is not a single-family development. It is multiple use, semi-detached, townhouse, and it is entirely an appropriate way of infilling a residential need in the city. And it too is in conformity with OP Amendment 94. It too fills a need which exists in this city, and that is income for a mixed land development for a mixed use, land development for different income levels that would be accommodated. I think the best way, and I've circulated these notes to council today, late in the day, but I hope they became available. I'd just like to deal very quickly with the bullet points in the executive summary from the planner. The first point is the statement that employment lands for long-term economic prosperity. Employment lands is a kind of a term of art that has crept into the planning vernacular, as I understand it. I don't think it's defined in official plans or regional plans, but it's cropped up. Employment lands are something very desirable, as I understand on the trot definition that's evolved, but there's lots of employment lines available in the city of Niagara Falls. I'm old enough that I remember the fight over the urban area bylaw back in '97. I'm old enough that I can remember why big chunks of land were left out of what logically might have been considered to be an appropriate inclusion, because the battles were royal. Royal. The Queen's Jubilee Medal wouldn't be in it. They were really vigorous battles over the urban areas, so it's interesting to see it happening now. But there's a competing issue here. OPA Amendment 94 talks about employment lands and talks about facilitating that. It also talks about facilitating mixed-use development, residential development. All right. That's what's being proposed. And as Councillor Thompson properly reminds us, this has been a residential plot. In actual terms, it's now a derelict residential plot. It should be an active residential plot now. Industrial land with QEW frontage must be preserved for future employment uses, says the executive summary. Well, there is ample industrial land. I won't revisit the point.
Industrial uses to the south have indeed made significant investments. I'm not speaking about Mr. Seven's property now. I'm talking about the industrial uses down the old Montrose Road cul-de-sac. Nobody from those uses is here complaining about this proposed residential use. It's a perfectly sensible coexisting use. Residential development generates less tax revenue than industrial development. Yeah, and no development generates no tax revenue at all. So, you know, I don't believe anybody here believes that the city won't yield a net tax profit from this residential development. Conceptually, it might have realized a net tax bigger profit from an industrial use. But 12 years, 2 inquiries, no sales. Mr. Darbison, in his notes submitted with the application, quoted from OPA 94, and it's worthwhile just repeating it. A harmonious mix of single and multiple accommodations will be encouraged throughout the built-up areas so that at any one time a variety of housing types will be available suitable for different age groups, household sizes, and incomes. That's what R3 would provide. The depth of the property would likely include the inclusion of the abutting property. I think this is a red herring, and again, I think it might fairly be said to be caused by the sketch that shows a road curving round to a dead end. The road design still has to be negotiated and mapped out with the, thank you, with the planning department. It would not necessarily look anything like that. The lot sizes would certainly not look like that. The lot sizes would probably be smaller. All of that, and Mr. Darbison's here and perhaps can speak to that in a more educated way. But I do think that to suggest that it's sort of an angle towards getting the land to the south or having to live with the land to the south as a companion residential development really sells short the ingenuity of planners and designers these days. Somebody has already mentioned that the one person who came to the public meeting, not mentioned incidentally by the planner in his report, was actively enthusiastic about this residential use. Of course, she's across Montrose Road and she's in a residential use, a neighbor in a residential use. And the mention in the planner's report of somebody else who made some off-the-cuff comment that was not opposed to this, but wondered, surmised about something else, really is, if you're going to include one of those comments, you really should include them all, I would submit. Now, there's the question of a holding zone, which the region suggested in its comments on this application. But the holding zone reason mentioned by the regional municipality of Niagara seems to me to cover points that are absolutely going to have to be made and covered by the applicant in the planning process, in the design process. And but it's certainly something, if council in its wisdom were to feel were appropriate, could be added to an approval of the application. In those circumstances, we ask that the planning recommendation be rejected and that the application be approved. As I indicated to you, the applicant is here in person. Mr. Darbison is here in person for any planning questions you might have that he can answer much better than I. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions of Mr. McFarland of council? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Darbison, are you going to...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'll be very brief. It's been a long night so far. And I do appreciate being here. It's been 4 years. And it's interesting standing on this side of the podium as opposed to that side. But nevertheless, I've enjoyed this evening so far. All the projects that you have considered and I've worked on. And here's another one that I've had some involvement with 20 years ago. And I want to make just a few points here and to address actually some of the concerns I've heard around the table, particularly the property owner, and some of the council's concerns. I have about maybe 6 points I'd like to make, and very brief. The availability of industrial land in the city of Niagara Falls. I looked at the Urban Metrics report. The Urban Metrics report predicted an absorption rate of 90 hectares of land to the year 2031. Niagara Falls actually has 243 hectares of land available for industrial development. You have 3 times the amount of land designated for employment than you will. In fact, you won't even absorb that much. This property is 2.8 hectares of land. It doesn't even register on the scale of preservation. I'm going to present some arguments in a second to tell you why we think that residential is a better land use than industrial. But from a need perspective, you simply do not need to preserve 243 hectares of land, and in particular 2.8 hectares of land that Mr. Pingu owns. The need for residential land, my understanding of the Urban Metrics report was there was an ample supply of residential land in the city. I find now the first application interesting that the redo of that study has identified a bit of a shortfall, a long-term shortfall within the targeted area for singles and semis, and that's predominantly what my client is proposing in this general area. Marketability is my third point. Mr. Pingu has had this lands for sale actually for about 20 years. His original idea was a residential, and that was approved for that purpose, but he switched it into industrial thinking that there was an owner, a prospective purchaser. That failed. The only other purchaser he did have was Graybar, or a prospective inquirer. It was Graybar. Graybar chose not to develop the site, and they cited predominantly they didn't need the highway exposure, and secondly, the access in and out of the site was very difficult. It's a long, narrow site. It directly accesses onto Montrose Road, and that's a difficult way of maneuvering heavy trucks in and out of that site, especially if you're turning left onto Montrose Road. The Business Development Department has confirmed on 2 occasions, because I've inquired, that they have more interest in residential development on this property than any industrial prospects. In fact, the same concern that Mr. Pingu experienced with respect to ingress and egress from in and out of the site was identically the concern of the business development people. Any inquiry they did receive was, well, the site's exposed to the highway, but it has difficulty getting in and out, and therefore it doesn't make this site one of the prime considerations for industrial development. Service roads and controlled access from industrial development. The city does have prime industrial development lands designated along the highway. In fact, from Niagara Square all the way down to Lions Creek Road, you have designated lands for industrial and employment uses. You have 2 uses developed in your industrial park. Only 2. For all these years of marketing the industrial park, these are prime lands which service road accessibility, those are the only 2 uses you have. In the small quadrant of land that Mr. Pingu has a property in, you've seen two developments in the last 6 years. But in fact, you've seen no development up until that point in time. And those are just recent developments. What I mentioned to you was Graybar, who chose that site as opposed to this particular site. The point I think that needs to be mentioned here is that you have Oakwood Avenue North, you have Oakwood Avenue South, you have Montrose Road South all the way to Lions Creek Road, and you have the small pocket of Kinsman Court. They all essentially have controlled access. Trucks come in and out of properties by way of a service road type of environment, not directly onto a very busy street, which is Montrose Road. And if you think about the volume of traffic now on Montrose Road, you're dealing with buses, school buses, residential traffic, commercial traffic, and some industrial traffic. It's a very, very, very busy street, and access in and out of this property is difficult. Compatibility on adjacent industrial uses. This is a very important point. The original subdivision application that was approved by the region way back 20 years ago was this design. We're not stuck on this design, but this design did provide for compatibility with respect to the adjacent lands. And if you notice, along the bottom of that subdivision is a strip of land designed specifically for buffering purposes. The MOE D6 guidelines requires 20 meters of buffering with respect to residential properties adjacent to industrial properties. That guideline has been met in this particular subdivision. We're not stuck with this design. If council approves this application, the next application we'll be bringing forward is a subdivision application, and that will allow interested property owners to work with the developer in coming up with a design that suits that interest. Compatibility is an issue, but can be dealt with effectively through subdivision design. And lastly, Mr. Mayor and members of council, there's been no negative opposition with respect to this application. And in your previous slide, if I might have that one back, I have to point out that yes, there are surrounding residential developments here. Even across the street, there are actually 2 nursing homes that are part and parcel of that Oakwood North industrial area. So you have residential properties actually integrated with industrial development. You have the residential development to the north. You have the residential development directly across the street. And the city 2 years ago rezoned its own land for townhouses and apartments which flank Montrose Road on the east side. Kinsman Court comes right up into that, and all the trucks that come out of the industrial properties on Kinsman Court directly go onto Montrose Road, where the city has zoned its lands for residential purposes. So for all intents and purposes, there's been no objection to the city's rezoning of its own lands. There's no objection 20 years ago with respect to these lands being designated for residential, and I don't know that there's any real objection today. As a matter of fact, we have heard no objection. We have a concern that is being raised, and we can deal with that concern through effective mitigation, separation distances, all in conformity with the MOE guidelines. Those are my detailed comments this evening. I hope that they influence council in a positive way, that these lands are better suited for residential than industrial, and we respectfully request your approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darvison. Are there any questions of Mr. Darvison of council? No? All right, thank you. So are there any more speakers on your behalf? That's it? Okay. So if there's no further questions of council, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. We're looking for a motion. Councillor Thompson.
I would move the motion for approval of the residential development without the regional suggestion of a holding category.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson. Is there Councillor Carrier? A seconder? Okay, Councillor Carrier. Anybody to speak to them? Yes, Councillor Gates.
I just wanted to be clear, Councillor Wing brought up an issue around industrial lands, and obviously that's important when you're trying to diversify your economy. How many years has it been since you've tried to sell it as industrial lands?
12.
12 years? All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, the motion passes. So it's approved. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, if you would please introduce the next item on the agenda.
Your Worship, a public meeting is now being convened to amend the city's zoning bylaw to permit a 4-unit on-street townhouse dwelling at 4218 Chippewa Parkway. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on Friday, September 21st, 2012, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passage of the zoning bylaw amendment to participate in any site plan process, if applicable, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Municipal Board shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets outside the council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Hurlovich, if you'd please explain the reason and the purpose for the proposed bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. The subject property is at the corner of Chippewa Parkway and Riley Street. The surrounding land uses are predominantly residential. There is a large industrial business to the north of this site. The proposal is to construct 4 townhouse units on the site. The elevation is shown in front of you. To achieve that development, the applicant is proposing 4 townhouses. Requires an exterior side yard setback of 3 meters plus 10 meters from the center line. They're seeking a rear yard setback between reduced from 7.5 meters down to 4.5 meters at its closest point. The front yard, they're seeking to bring the dwelling portion of the building as close as 3 meters to the front yard, but we retain 6 meters in front of the driveway, which would allow for a complete parking space. The interior side yard, rather than the 3 meters that's required, they're proposing 1.8, and they were asking that parking be provided rather than 1.4 spaces per unit, that they be allowed 2 spaces, tandem parks, one in the garage and one in the driveway. The zoning for the subject property is approximately 8,600 square feet. They're asking for a zone change to permit 4 on-street townhouses. Land is currently zoned R2, which would permit single, semis, and duplex dwellings. The R3 zone would permit those same uses plus on-street townhouses. We did have a neighborhood meeting in September of this year. The residents had concern about creation of more traffic, privacy, whether there be a precedent for higher development in the area. They were concerned about whether or not any of the trees would be retained on the property. Developer said he was willing to work with the residents. The official plan designates the land as residential. It's intended to develop with a variety of housing units in a compatible style. Chippewa Parkway is a collector road where additional densities are anticipated and could be considered up to 50 units a hectare or 20 units per acre. Infilling is to be designed to integrate and be compatible with the surrounding land uses. Majority of the houses in the area are 2 stories with lots of approximately 20 meters. The height of the 2-story townhouse would not be out of character, but the mass and the underside amenity yards behind the units, less the front yard on Chippewa, are not consistent with the area. The 2-story units would have a floor area of close to 700 square feet. The proposed dwelling is approximately 3 meters closer to Chippewa Parkway than the dwelling to the west, which could impede sight lines since the driveway for that property is on that side. And to better achieve compatibility, we're suggesting that the size of the units be reduced or one of the units be eliminated. Currently R2, they're requesting R3. I went through a number of the site-specific changes that they're requesting. The proposed interior side yard of 1.8 meters is larger than we would typically get for a single detached or semi-detached. It could in fact be as low as 1.2. Setback of 10 meters from the center line of Chippewa Parkway is satisfactory because no road widening is required. 2-meter exterior side yard is closer than the abutting residence, and we're recommending 6 meters on that side. If those changes were in place, we wouldn't have to change the lot coverage from 40 to 45%. Staff is okay with the 2 parking spaces per unit in tandem, and they have a request for driveway width rather than being 50% of the frontage and 8 meters wide. They would have a 12-meter wide driveway, but that's only 30% of the frontage, so that's considered appropriate. So if those recommended yards could be achieved, showing 6 meters, what in essence is the kind of the westerly side of those units, and 6 meters on the Chippewa Parkway side, 1.2. If they could fit their 4 units inside of that space, we could support the 4 units. Otherwise, we're recommending that one of the spaces or one of the units be eliminated so that they can better achieve compatibility. So we're recommending support in part. Certainly, Chippewa Parkway acts as a collector road, allows additional densities. Reduction in setbacks would be more compatible with the neighborhood. So they were recommending the application for the R3 zone, but limiting that to 2 units, or in the alternative, if they could fit their 4 units within those red setbacks that I showed you. Those are the highlights.
Thank you, Mr. Hulovich. Any questions of our Director of Planning from Council? Okay. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Municipal Board dismissing any referral it receives. Failure to sign the sign-in sheet will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per Section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant. Sir, if you'd step up and state your name and your address, please.
The name's Rick Wynn. It's 4245 Chippewa Parkway.
Okay.
Your Worship and Council members, thank you for hearing. I live one house up and across the street from the development. My friend that's here with me tonight lives directly beside it, which would mean you're putting 4 backyards of less than 20 feet on his driveway. So I came here to oppose having 4 units put in our neighborhood. We are all single-family dwellings in that neighborhood, other than further up past the Norton or Cobain. There's 3 or 4 semis up that way, but our neighborhood is all single-family. 2 years ago when I came, somebody was trying to divide one of the lots from 100 foot and making 160 and 140 so they could put a semi in that area, and 4 of the neighbors did come up and oppose, and you upheld that. He ended up turning the garage into a 2-bedroom unit. So I would hope that we would be understood that we would like to keep it single family in our neighborhood. Yes, the lot's big enough to put a semi on there, and if he's allowed to do that, there's nothing we can do about that. It is sizable for semi, but I ask at this time that you don't change the bylaw. My yard is actually a little bit longer than the yard that they're looking at putting 4 units on, and it doesn't stop from them on my side or the street on the other side of me another 4 units. The yards are all the same length, and there's only a few double lots left in our neighborhood, but they are all older homes for the most part, and it is a nice quiet neighborhood. We would like to keep it that way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for Mr. Wynn of Council? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else other than the applicant who'd like to address this issue? Yes, sir. You can come forward. Can you state your name and your address, please?
Todd Reed, 4228 Chippewa Parkway. I'm the right of the house. I bought my house.
So looking at this, you are where?
Right, or left side. Sorry, I'm the closest.
Okay, we're gonna get our
Left side,
red laser pointer out here, just so we can just confirm.
4228.
Right
Yeah,
there?
I'm the one. No, first house, left side. Yeah, that's a little bit higher. There, that's my house.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I bought my house 12 years ago. I loved it because it's probably this wide versus another house. That wall. The new one is probably 5, 8 feet away. 4 houses, it's probably 8 versus 14 people for the house. Please, not. That's the only thing I don't like. I gotta be doing that. I gotta be selling my house, and I'm doing a new roof 2 days ago. So basically, you're screwing my whole life. Sorry. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Reed? Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else other than the applicant who'd like to address this? Okay, seeing none, council now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Mr. Mayor, Council, I'm Gary Dixon, one of the individuals that purchased this property. My understanding, it's been 4 years derelict. Certainly been for sale a long time, and nobody has picked up on it. We have a little niche that we found that young professionals, healthy seniors, that as a startup home, we put things like this together, and they've gone very well. You can't do more than 4. You really can't do less than 3 to make the numbers work, but it does work if you provide the proper amenities and you do it like the drawing shows. My understanding, and Murray Johnson is actually our point man, but it complies with the official plan. All city departments support it. The region supports it. It supports the intensification policy of the city and the region. We'd gladly enter into a site plan agreement. In fact, we generally have to everywhere else. We gladly would look at a future or potential notification of the issues regarding the Norton property, which was submitted to us, I think, by region. We would, they're Terrion warranty homes. We would be looking at, and we've looked at great length, this 5 meters that we're trying to squeeze in with the architect. And we would be able to do that 5 meters if we could, certainly based on having 4 units instead of 3, the 5 meters off of the Chippewa Parkway, which my understanding is probably not exactly where we want to be, but it's very close. That would in fact, I think, set us back. We're 3.94 from Todd's house, his enclosed porch. So the streetscape even, it would look certainly nicer on that corner. The idea of the rear yard setbacks is that it is not one continuous, like a townhouse. I mean, it's not just one continuous line. You've got this sort of relief idea. And I think that our closest spot would be something closer to 14-something feet from the fence line to Todd's house. We met with the people that came out to the open house. We have and are willing to do whatever it would take to make their life easier. We recognize that you don't just pull into town and, drop an elephant in a corner lot and everybody's going to be happy. However, what we have done is this type of look that we do, and the stucco and the relief and the finishes, again, we're really trying to look at a clientele that can afford such a thing. They're not going to be slum tenants that are going to buy something and re-rent and so on and so forth. And I think that is just about everything I have. Murray, do you have anything? No? Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Dixon of Council?
Sorry.
No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Murray, will you be speaking too, or no? No? Okay. Yes, Mr. Hilovich?
If I could just clarify for Council, what Mr. Dixon was proposing was where we were suggesting 5 or 6 meters between the backs of those townhouses and Todd Reed's house, and 6 meters at Chippewa Parkway. He's proposing that they could do that at 5 meters and then get their 4 units in there, and I wouldn't have an issue with that. It does create a more compatible development than what they applied for. So in essence, I just want to clarify if Council hadn't understood what he was requesting.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments of Council? Okay, public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. We're looking for a motion from Council. Councillor Carrier. Okay. Okay, a motion by Councillor Carrier to move the staff recommendation, and seconded by Councillor Maves. Any discussion? Yes, Councillor Morocco.
Your Worship, I'm sorry, I'm not going to support the motion. I think that the residents are here to say that they're not willing to live in an area that has, 4 homes squished right into their own backyard. I think that you've got some nice prestigious pieces of property there. There's not many around these days for doing these massive builds with hardly any areas or backyards. And I think that, we have to start looking at some of these areas that need to be reserved. And Chippewa is a beautiful area, and these residents have spoken. I'm in support of supporting neighbors and going against this development.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other, yes, Councillor, I'm sorry, the clerk would like to comment.
Yeah, just so I'm clear to Councillor Carrier, are you recommending it's the 3-unit recommendation that staff made, or the 4-unit with the modified setbacks that the applicant's asking for?
I was moving the recommendation that the staff is that was...
Thank you. 3 units. Okay, thank you. Councillor Ioannoni. The staff recommendation.
3 units?
Councillor Ioannoni, and then Wayne.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to support the recommendation either. I think you're changing the rules late in the game. I think you get single-family homes. They don't want that beside them. I think it's too big. I don't think it fits.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wayne.
I don't have a problem supporting this one for a couple of reasons. First of all, the property immediately to the south, fronting on Front Street, I was involved in the attempted sale of that recently, and it's actually 2 separate dwellings on that property. So I'm not convinced that it's all single family in that area. I know for a fact that directly to the south it's not. And because of my involvement, I'm a little bit familiar with the area now, and that property we're dealing with is really an eyesore. I think one of the reasons it was difficult to try and move the one directly to the south was it backed onto this really run-down property. I see what has been moved as a compromise. The developers came in asking for 4 units. We're now down to 3. The setbacks have increased, and I know this isn't exactly what anybody wants, but it is a compromise, and this is the era of intensification within the urban boundaries. So we kind of all have to put up with intensification in our neighborhoods. I know I've got it in mind. And I can support this because it is a compromise.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other, excuse me, comments? Okay, then we have a motion to move the recommendation, which is compromise of 3 units from 4, moved by Councillor Kerr, seconded by Councillor Maves. Call the vote. All those in favor? Hands up again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. In favor. Motion passes. Thank you.
I hope you give us time to sell our houses before they start building. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'll call on the clerk to introduce the next part of our agenda.
Your Worship, we've got about 3 telecommunication applications, but before I go into my normal spiel on those, I'd draw to your attention there's been a deferral request on the first one related to 5645 Morrison Street. Obviously, Council can defer it if they wish, or they can proceed.
Okay, Councillor.
I don't think that's fair to the resident that's here tonight. I mean, I've sat here and watched this sit there all night waiting for this to come up. I mean, if that's the case, then the deferral should have been dealt with right at the beginning of the meeting. I really don't agree with it. I like the recommendation. I would move the recommendation that's in the report.
Okay, so we've got so we're saying to not entertain the deferral and move the recommendation. That's what you're suggesting, Councillor? Okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Wing. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Oh, hold on. Yes, Mr. Clerk.
Well, we've had these cellular towers. We have a process which is akin to a public meeting. Are you saying you want to forego with the public meeting and not hear from the applicant?
I'm saying it's not fair. I mean, someone just sat in our audience for almost 5 hours, and now we're going to tell them that it's deferred.
Well, clearly it's up to Council to determine whether it's deferred, and you've made the decision that you're not going to defer it. So the applicant then has an opportunity to make his presentation to you, and the resident has her opportunity to speak to it as well. I mean, you've got a motion on the floor which to me seemed to indicate that you weren't even going to deal with the public meeting aspect.
Who do we have here to speak to the
Yes,
first?
they're here to speak to it. The applicants have been advised that they're to speak to these cellular tower applications.
Okay.
Okay, so let me go through my spiel. Industry Canada is responsible for licensing and approvals for telecommunication equipment and facilities across Canada. Industry Canada has a mandatory consultation process that requires the proponents to consult with local landowners and land use authorities, like the city, prior to construction of the facility. Although this is not considered a public meeting under the Planning Act, as part of the consultation process, City Council will hear from the proponent, any interested parties, and will consider the staff report. Therefore, a public meeting is now being convened to consider a telecommunication tower at 5645 Morrison Street.
Okay. We're looking for the agent or the applicant to provide an overview, please.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The reason that deferral was asked for was because...
I'm sorry, your name?
I'm sorry, Joel Swagerman. I'm here on behalf of SBA Canada. The reason a deferral was asked for was because the staff recommendation came as a bit of a surprise. I understand the interpretation of the protocol being that the tower is close to open space. However, we're proposing a tower that's built for co-location opportunities, and we believe we've made certain modifications to the tower that would mitigate any visual impact. So I'll go through my presentation. Just to give you an overview of the timeline we've dealt with here. In September of 2010, Wind Mobile reached a lease agreement with St. Andrew's Church. So Wind Mobile, as you know, is a new carrier, and they've been working closely with SBA Canada to build their network, especially as they expand into the Niagara region. In July 2011, an amendment to the lease agreement was reached between SBA and St. Andrew's Church. In November 2011, we had a pre-consultation with city planning staff. And after that time, because Wind intended to launch their network in the Niagara region, a temporary facility was installed on the property. In May of 2012, a site selection and justification report was submitted to city staff for review. After that point, a public consultation with a 30-day comment period was begun. A public meeting was held July 4th at McBain Community Center. We had approximately 6 attendees. To my understanding, all of them were members of St. Andrew's Church. We had some questions about how the facility would be built and how it would look and what changes we would be open to making to the tower in order to help it fit better into the local context. So after that point, a public consultation summary was submitted to city staff and concurrence was requested. In August, we gave more time to the Niagara Catholic District School Board to comment on the proposal, as they have property adjacent to the location. And as you'll see in your package, they had no comment as long as Safety Code 6 was complied with on an ongoing basis. In September, staff also requested more information on the parking and the impact that the tower would have on the parking situation on the property. So this is just an overview of the general search area that Wind Mobile would undertake. So they're looking to cover an area surrounding Morrison Street, the residential, the high traffic arterial roads, the parklands. These all create demand for coverage, and Wind is attempting to build their network in order to avoid issues in coverage, so dropped calls, poor data reception, those kind of issues. As you can see within this search area, there aren't a lot of options from our usual search area perspective. We usually look for industrial properties because they are more compatible for telecommunication towers. In this particular case, there are no industrial properties in the search area, so we've attempted to find the most compatible property. This is an overview map. It's a bit difficult to see, but it's kind of showing where Wind is now in Niagara Falls. And you can see I've illustrated that they're all rooftop applications. They've all been installed on rooftops at various heights. So they're covering most of downtown Niagara Falls, as well as some of the surrounding area. But you can see within our search area there is no coverage. And there are no existing towers, which I'll show on this slide. Rogers does have installations in the area, but they are at least 1.2 kilometers away, so they do not provide opportunities for co-location. And you can see that there are no other carriers in the area other than Rogers. The one immediately south is a rooftop. It's at about 3 stories, so I don't imagine that Rogers is getting very good coverage in the area either. So this is just a close-up of the selected site. As you can see, we're proposing to go in the corner of the parking lot. Access would be from the existing access, and the compound area would be fenced, tying into the existing fence around the property. Excuse me. With respect to the parking, we've had this survey done to illustrate the current parking situation integrating the proposed tower. So there are approximately 130 spaces on the property. This is a photo simulation of the proposed tower. As you can see, we've designed it as a monopole tower, and the brown blocks on the tower are actually shrouding the equipment. So when antennas would be installed on the tower, they would be surrounded by this brown shrouding, and there's a small cross design on the top shrouding. So any equipment that is added to the tower in the future would be shrouded in a similar fashion. This photo sim was taken from Morrison Street, about 150 meters away. This is kind of from the other direction, once again along Morrison Street. That's the summary of our proposal. I look forward to any questions or comments you may have.
Are there any questions of council for Mr. Swagerman? Okay. Councillor Maves?
No, I was just going to ask too, in the public circulation, it says a public notice was sent out to 5 residents within a 100-meter radius of the tower. Is that normal, or with a tower that height, should we? Is that?
I think we've addressed. I understand your concern. We didn't reach out to enough people. That's what you're suggesting. Yeah.
Now, the other thing is too, this obviously is a revenue source for the church. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
So you pay them rent for that property? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carrier?
I was going to ask the same question, Mayor.
Okay. Are there any other questions, Mr. Swagerman? Okay. Thank you.
If I may just clarify,
Yeah,
we sent notice to those within 120 meters of the proposed tower, and that's per Industry Canada regulation as well as the city's protocol. So that enveloped those, and we actually added some residents to the circulation because they were kind of just on the edge. So that's what we did.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposal. Is there someone here other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposal? Yes, please state your name and your address.
Certainly. Judith McCarthy, 6139 Summer Street. It's very awkward for me because I am from the congregation and I am the one person who spoke out against it. So I'm just asking council to listen carefully to the recommendation that comes from the planning department. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments of council? Yes, Councillor Gates.
Just got a question here on the planning department. It says council has no approval authority of telecommunication towers. As part of the application process, proponents of the new system are required to consult with local municipalities and the public in accordance with local protocol and obtain comments. So if we say no, then what?
Yes, Mr. Clerk.
As I've said at every meeting we've had one of these, we send the comments to Industry Canada, and it's up to Industry Canada. In one instance last year on Lions Creek Road, where you were in opposition, that cell tower did not go forward. Now, did it not go forward because you were opposed? I can't give you a definitive answer to that.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, obviously there's been a lot of work and effort gone into this. It's always a revenue source for the church. The congregation is in favor. One person in opposition, in my opinion, doesn't cancel the application. I would move the approval of it.
I have to close the meeting still.
Well, I thought you closed the meeting.
Okay.
Well, why don't you close it and then just take my remarks into consideration.
Okay, the public meeting is now concluded. All right, do you want to continue? Yeah. Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Iannoni. Is there any other discussion to the motion? Councillor Wing.
it's in a residential area. That area is zoned residential, and our citing policies say you can't put one of these in a residential area. So are we going to set a precedent here that residential lands are fair game? There's just no way I can support this. I think it's a slippery slope.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, so there's a motion to not go with the recommendation, but to approve the tower. Okay?
With higher power.
Okay. Okay, call the vote. All those in favor? It's approved. Opposed? The rest opposed? Yeah. Okay. Okay, the motion is approved. Do you need this now? Okay. Mr. Clerk, would you introduce the next item on the agenda?
Okay, I will not go through the entire blurb. I'll just tell you that this one is related to a cellular tower on the west side of Portage Road. And that's the name of the applicant, or representing the applicant.
Thank you very much. I understand the agent for the applicant is here, and he's going to give us an overview.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Orteza Alabaf?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the council. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak. I was actually going to be disappointed if I wasn't going to speak until wee hours of the night, but I'm glad I had the opportunity to speak. I would like to thank you first with the report that was made by the city staff to not support this application, and the recommendation was that Industry Canada to be advised by City of Niagara Falls does not support the construction of the 40-meter flagpole style telecommunication tower. And they pointed out on their executive summary to three different points, which as proposed is a design, tourist commercial and city site/design protocol prepares buildings and rooftop facilities. There will be definite visual impacts within tourist serving area, and alternative locations have not been adequately explored. What's in here?
It's got a life of its own.
Mr. Alabaf, just before you go on,
Yes.
I need a motion of council to go beyond 11 o'clock. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Maves. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay. Continue. Thank you.
The one beside it here. Let me do that.
Can I move
Yeah,
this
you,
with?
it seems to be, yeah. You've got hard copies in your handouts, so, yeah.
We'll wait for him to finish. So,
I would like to actually go through the presentation.
I think that's the higher power telling us that we don't need to see it.
Oh, is that right?
It doesn't seem to be working. I apologize.
I'd like to read on it as well, if you don't mind putting them back on.
Can you? Let me just
Mr. Mayor,
check something.
I would
Yeah?
be happy to move the recommendation that we approve the tower when the public meeting is over.
Okay. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition to this tower on Portage Road? Is anyone here to speak in opposition?
I wouldn't bother.
Well, can you give us an abbreviated version?
Sure, not a problem. Why don't I start responding to these?
Because our staff report is opposing this, right? So what's that? It's the will of council. It's the will of council. I mean, you've heard, you've got a feeling for what's going on here. You say what you need to say for your presentation. For some reason, the slide presentation is not working. So knowing we don't have that, but we have read everything. Is there anything new you want to add that's not in the report?
Well, yes, I'd like to also add to my presentation that I think City of Niagara Falls has to has to be adapted to the new technology that is coming in, and actually appreciate the fact that telecommunication carriers are coming in with different design to mesh to the surrounding environments. And I think flag post or previous application as a shrouded post or any other methods of other than plain tripod is appreciated from council and members of the public. So it's a welcoming item.
Okay. Are there any questions of Mr. Alaba of council? Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Hold on one second. And just to clear one more time, follow our procedural order here. Is there anyone to speak other than the applicant to this application? Okay. Seeing none, the public meeting is now concluded. Councillor Iannoni.
Move the construction of the tower.
So, okay, move the approval of the tower construction. Moved by Councillor Iannoni, seconded by Councillor Carriot. Any discussion to the motion? All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, you have a conflict. Okay. And one opposed. Okay, so it was approved.
Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Okay.
And the last one is related to a proposed tower on Kent Street, I believe. And staff's recommending that one, so.
Okay, Mr. Swaggerman, did you have something brief you wanted to say?
Yeah, I'll just be very brief. I'm putting my bell hat on. So this particular tower is a replacement tower. We've had some difficulty renegotiating and renewing a existing lease with an adjacent landowner. So this tower will be the exact same height, the exact same type, and on the adjacent property. So we've consulted with staff. We've had a public meeting and then a comment period, and we received no comments from the public.
Okay.
As you can see, it's an industrial area. The existing tower is there, and the adjacent property is where it will be proposed.
Excellent. Are there any questions of council for Mr. Swaggerman? Okay. Seeing none, council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant. Is anyone here other than the applicant? Okay. Seeing none, the public meeting is now concluded. Councillor Iannoni, move the recommendation, and seconded by Councillor Maves. Any discussion to the motion? All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Next up on the agenda, PD 2012-66, solar panel rooftop projects. Mr. Hurlovich, would you like to address this one?
This is, excuse me, this report deals with requests for what is termed small fit solar panels. These are projects between 10 kilowatts 10 kilowatts and 500 kilowatts or roof-mounted systems. We've been approached by a number of different consulting firms, all requesting that we do a blanket resolution. Staff doesn't support blanket resolution, largely because these things could appear on commercial buildings adjacent to residential areas and could affect weather patterns like wind and so on in rear yards and acquire enjoyment of that, as well as the appearance next to residential. So we're recommending that council proceed on a site-by-site basis. We've had a request for two specific sites. One is the Toyota dealership on Thurlstone Road. The other one is the industrial building behind that, owned by Bruce Ward and a few others. And staff is recommending a resolution for the small fit project for both of those properties. There are resolutions for council to adopt.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hurlovich. It was very effective. We've got a mover and a seconder already, moved by Councillor Carrier, seconded by Councillor Iannoni, that we move all 5 recommendations. Any discussion to the motion? All those in favor? Okay, it's approved unanimously. Okay, Mr. Hurlovich, item PD 2012-48, Downtown Community Improvement Plan, Proposed Residential Loan Enhancements. First, we've got the clerk that would like to comment.
Well, just briefly, this has been before you before. If you recall, in July, you had the one report which is attached regarding a grant program. I think the vote was 5-4, and that staff come back with a loan program. The loan report is here, but also the former grant report is here. Technically, you have to do a reconsideration if you want to go back to the grant, which I know has been attempted in the past. So both reports are here, so for your consideration.
I would move the report to cabinet.
Okay, well, hold on 1 second here. Okay, I've had Councillor Carrier had his hand up, and then Councillor Iannoni.
Which one are we dealing with? Are we dealing with this, or?
Well, we've got 2012-48, right?
Okay.
So that's one we have right now.
Yeah, so this is the downtown is in support of this? Downtown group is in support of this? No? Yes?
Do we have a representative? Yes, Councillor. Well, let's hold on a second. We've got Councillor Carrier has the floor. I don't know. We've got the
questions.
Yes, Mr. Clerk.
Well, obviously they'd prefer a grant program, but I mean, I think they want to work with us, and you know, they also probably would take what council approves.
Well, this, I could support this as opposed to the other that I couldn't support. The only question I had was on page 2, the amount of money that's available for this program. I didn't realize that that we had that much money left in this pot. I thought we had $400,000 or $500,000 that we had. All of a sudden, I read that we want to cap it at $1 million. Where do we come up with the difference between what we had and $1 million?
Maybe we can get an answer on that from who would deal with this? Would it be Mr. Harrison? Would it be Mr. Hurlovich? Would our fire chief, would he like to deal with this one? Peter, did you want to deal with this one? Just give him a second to gather his notes. Well, we have a report before us, PD 2012-48, Downtown Community Improvement Plan, Proposed Residential Loan Enhancement. So, Councillor Carrier, did you want to ask your question again on page 2?
Sorry, didn't mean to wake anyone.
It wasn't. I'm glad you
Wait,
did.
it's late.
I'm glad, yeah, it is.
I understand
No.
It's late. It's late for some of you older people.
No, what this is since the loans are going to be repaid, it's really not the amount of money that's in the reserve that we're talking about. What we're talking about is in our borrowing, in our security agreement with the Scotiabank, we have a line of credit for this program, which is up to $1 million. We've never had to draw upon that because we've self-financed for the couple of loan programs that we have existing. But we just put that in so that there's a limit to the amount of money that that we would be lending out, capping it at $1 million, so that we would never get into a situation where we have more loans that outstanding than $1 million, because even though we want to have incentives to have groups take action on this, we don't want to become a lending institution.
That's why I thought it was a lower amount. I didn't think that we would go as high as $1 million. I thought we were in the $400,000 or $500,000 range, not $1 million.
Well, we can certainly limit it to the dollar value that council is comfortable with, but we do have the capacity, because it'll be a rolling over. That the $1 million was originally set up a number of years ago in our capacity, in our line of credit capabilities that we could borrow for this. Because ultimately it'll be all repaid back. The only expense would be the interest that is written. We're not charging interest; these are interest-free loans.
Right.
Okay.
So we cover the interest.
Yeah.
So
And we split that
with
with the region as well. regional.
And I was of the same mind. I didn't want to get into becoming the loan business for apartment buildings anywhere, or
Yeah.
apartments. I don't mind if we do it as an incentive, but if we get up around the $1 million range, to me, that's a lot of money. I would have liked to see it capped at 500,000, so I'll wait and hear what some of the others have to say.
Okay, Councillor Iannone, and then Peter Angelo.
Okay, I'm going to try this again. I went home the night you originally voted on this on July 24th. It was a tie vote. The tie lost. We tried a motion to reconsider again. Councillor Gates was not here, so that motion to reconsider was lost. So I'm going to again make a motion to reconsider the July 24th report that I wasn't here to vote on.
Okay. Motion for reconsideration by Councillor Iannone, seconded by Councillor Morocco. Is there discussion to the motion, Councillor Carrier?
Well, seeing that this report is here, suggests that the downtown people are more than willing to look at a loan program. And unless someone here just wants to start giving away taxpayers' dollars, I would consider that we go to the other program, and they'd be perfectly happy to do the loan, and it would accomplish the same thing. So why would we want to give it to them if we can loan it to them and to keep turning the money over?
Councillor Iannone.
Thank you, and I appreciate Councillor Carrio's spin. It's very good. When it came that evening, yeah, I know. That evening it was capped. It was capped, if you'll see back there, at a 6-month time period, and there's $600,000 in the special reserve that this council had already voted for the same type of very much the same type of program before. It's late. That's why the motion to reconsider was here. Had I not gone home, that motion would have passed, Councillor Carrio. That's the reason I'm putting it back on the floor to reconsider. We've tried everything else. This was, we talked to staff, we talked to the BIA. Quite frankly, that's what the BIA wanted. Nobody anticipated what would happen that night, and I would go home. So it's only here to reconsider again, because it would have passed had I been sitting here.
Okay. Councillor Peter Angelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. Isn't this the second time that this is trying to be reconsidered now? Not the first, right?
The clerk?
I just said that.
It is the second time. Yeah, Your Worship, I mean, I have to agree with Councillor Carrio. I mean, we have a report in front of us that says that we met with the downtown BIA, that they're more than willing to go forward with the loan program, as long as we make some changes to it that makes it more inviting to them to borrow the money. And we're going to do away with that. We're going to do away with that and just give them the money. Something about that, Your Worship. I mean, they're agreeing to borrow the money, and all of a sudden we're going to say, no, don't worry about it. We're just going to give you the money. Something about that doesn't seem right.
Okay. Mr. Clerk?
No, you got to get the chronology right on this. July 24th, you had a report on the grant program. It was defeated. So you directed that staff go back and work with the BIA about a loan program, which was the report that was developed. As Councillor Iannone mentioned, she was away from the one meeting or left early, so as a result it failed. So that's why the reconsideration came up at the September 11th meeting, I believe, which was the next available opportunity. Councillor Gates was away, so the reconsideration failed. As I mentioned that night, your reconsiderations can happen ad infinitum, unfortunately, based on our procedural rules. There's nothing preventing it from happening time and time again. I mean, if you want to direct that I amend the procedural bylaw in the future, that's one thing, but as it stands, you can bring the matter back again and again. In fairness, we felt it was maybe more appropriate to have both reports side by side so council could make an informed decision this evening. Technically, you're really not supposed to be debating a reconsideration. You either pass the reconsideration, then debate the original report, or you don't.
Okay. Well then, technically, we should call the vote on the motion to reconsider. Okay. A clarification? Yes?
I'd just like a clarification. I know at one time we had some money in the pot in the downtown improvement plan, or whatever the plan was. Have we still got some money in that plan, or?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Mays, yes, the approximate value is about $600,000 in the CIP downtown plan. This is what we're talking about, that's what's available for the programs that we have.
So the fact that we do have some money that's sitting there that can be used for this.
That's right.
So are all the other commitments dealt with?
As far as I know, the commitments that have come to council and been approved have been funded and or have been accounted for, so that it impacts the reserve.
So we have 600 that's just sitting there
Yes.
right now? Thank you.
Can we still, is this clarification? Because we can't debate, okay?
I just would like to know what is the more fiscally responsible thing to do.
Yes.
You vote on the reconsideration, that lets you debate to talk about these sort of questions. Passing the reconsideration doesn't mean you're passing PD 2012-36. It just means that you're putting it back on the floor for consideration, and that's when you ask that type of question.
Okay, we'll start the vote.
Okay, Councillor Wing.
Opposed.
Councillor Thompson.
Yes.
Councillor Iononi.
Yes.
Councillor Morocco.
Yes.
Councillor Mapes.
Opposed.
Councillor Carrio.
Opposed.
Councillor Gates.
Opposed.
Councillor Peter Angelo. Mayor Diodati.
4.
4. Okay, so you're not going to reconsider that report, so you've got the loan program on the floor, which is up for consideration.
Okay, Councillor Carrio.
Thank you, Worship. I think this is a good compromise, and I'd like to try this. If this doesn't work, we'll bring the other one back again. But I'd like to at least try this. But I'd like to see it capped at 500,000. Well, capped on what we have.
Okay.
Not go back to the bank and borrow more money or start a revolving line of credit. Use the money that we have, that we said we'd allocate toward this project, and use that as the basis for this loan program. And if we do it that way, I'd be prepared to move this.
So to not exceed the...
Yes, capped at the money we have, yes. And I
Well, or
move
do you
that.
want to make it to not exceed, do you want a number? Do you want
Not
to find a
exceed
number?
600.
Okay. So we have a motion by Councillor Carrio to move the report capping it at 600,000, seconded by Councillor Peter Angelo. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. Who's on first? Excellent. Okay. Next matter is in your handouts. It's regarding the soccer club update. I understand that we've got Mr. Chamberlain and Body are here to speak to the matter. Did you want to come up here and present to council, Tim?
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Diodati, staff, council. I promise I'll keep this short. I know you guys have got a report back. I just wanted to update on the last 24 or 48 hours or so of what's transpired. We have two commitments prior to the bank committing to our takeout financing, long-term financing, which is the only thing basically left in place. We've had to go out and get construction financing. We have one company set in place that's going to represent Niagara Olympia Homes. There's a few conditions that Mr. Body's working on. Secondly, we have Nikon, commitment of financing for the project put in place with no conditions other than a takeout mortgage. And today, after I presented the Bank of Montreal Nikon's proposal, it says, to whom it may concern, the Bank of Montreal supports the application by Niagara Falls Soccer Club to establish an indoor soccer facility. We met with Tim Chamberlain, president of Niagara Falls Soccer Club, to review the plans for an indoor training facility and look forward to furthering Bank of Montreal's involvement to assist with takeout financing upon completion of the facility. So what I'm asking for is an extension, basically until the 2012 or 13 budget. I believe, I don't know exact date and time, but I believe it's the first or second week in January, to allow a financial institution to do their due diligence and hopefully come back with a commitment, a firm commitment letter. I know the soccer club has it's got over $100,000 invested in this project already. Again, we put a lot of time and effort into this project, and I'm hoping that council will, because we are so close now to finalizing this, that we'll grant the soccer club a little more additional time to finalizing this.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Are there questions of council of Mr. Chamberlain? Okay. Next up, Mr. Harrison, did you want to give us some feedback on the report, or maybe give council an update on...
Well, Mr. Mayor, I don't know of any of the information, Mr. Chamberlain. I haven't seen any of the information, but I can give you an update quickly of what our meeting last week. Myself, the CAO, and the city solicitor met with Mr. Chamberlain and Mr. Body. We had in receipt a commitment letter for the construction financing. Construction financing was in place with a number of conditions that they were working towards completing. One of them was to get the takeout financing. They had asked for an extension of more time to complete that. The report that we provided had indicated we'd gone back to the August 2011 report that came from the CAO, and in that report there was a number of requirements that the council had agreed that the club needed to provide, and the report identifies these. In addition to the takeout financing, there's some issues with regards to developing obviously the site plan and getting some feedback from some of the other comments from other groups, including the Niagara Escarpment Commission and the CN on the project, which are forthcoming. There was also the issue that had been raised by council that the group would follow a public tender, and it was our understanding that this was underway and that this would be completed by the month end, but that we hadn't received that. So I think the report outlines our position in regards to the requirements that council put forth for the club.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Yes, Councilor Carrier.
So I have a question. I guess both questions would be pertaining to, so there's no financing in place whatsoever, no financing commitment whatsoever, because the construction financing that we're talking about was conditional upon a takeout.
Well, I don't know what Mr. Chamberlain has in regards, because I haven't seen any of that information. The letter that we were provided by the company was Harbor Edge, was for construction financing with a number of conditions, of which one of them would be that the soccer club had to go back out and get takeout financing, which is, on my understanding, they were working on. In our meeting last week, that's what I understand that they were working towards. And again, they asked for an extension of time, further time, to get this in place.
Okay, then I guess that's clear as mud. My next question would be then, on the issue of tendering, have you got a commitment or an answer from the group on whether or not they agree that the city will be involved in the tendering process, and that this just can't be put together by some contractors or whatever, and we're going to use $1 million of the city money without a tendering procedure? Have we got any commitment from the group on tendering?
The tendering procedure that they were using is that the soccer club was doing the tendering process themselves. That's already underway. The city was not involved with the tendering of the project.
Well, I'd like to know what staff thinks about that procedure, whether or not the city is prepared to enter into an agreement with anyone that gives public money without an RFP or a tendering procedure that's controlled by the city. I'd like to get a comment from...
Can I make a comment, please?
Sure.
I think we're changing the rules as we go here. I know, and it's always been understood from day one that the club would go out and get their own financing on a commitment of the $1 million. I've also stated, I don't know how long ago it was, that we are going in debt as a soccer club for over $3 million. I have a commitment from Nikon that we would earmark $1 million of the city's money to be put out and spent in local trades, businesses. We can put that $1 million up for tender throughout the community, but I never understood that it was going to be directed by council on the requests and the tendering
so
process.
there would not be a tendering procedure for the total project. So was your understanding that the total project wouldn't be tendered, that it would be a negotiated deal except for the $1 million that was put up by the city?
No, I never understood any of that. I just had an agreement.
I'd like to have some clarification from staff then to see.
Well, if I may, I think it was our understanding that there was a request by council that there be a public process. The club themselves have carried that out. They've gone out and have gotten their own quotations and bids in from multiple general contractors. If I use the example of the Boys and Girls Club, where we were sort of setting the example here, we didn't have any involvement in the tendering or the construction of the Boys and Girls Club. They carried that out themselves. Our money then was advanced at certain stages of construction process when, in that case, the Boys and Girls Club had provided us information that certain progress steps had been made. So we knew at that point of us advancing money that they had spent X number of dollars throughout that construction project. So we anticipated that same thing would happen. We'd get, I guess for lack of better words, progress payment or progress reports. Sure. And as we got those progress reports, we would then advance money, and I think the report said in 25% increments, similar to what we did with the Boys and Girls Club. So it was our understanding that council wanted to ensure that there was a public tendering or quotation, but it was never our understanding that our staff would take control over that. And again, that was similar to how the Boys and Girls Club was done, and that's how we understood this process.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. And my concern is not just about the city money, Mr. Chamberlain. It's also about you guys in your club as well.
Yeah.
Taking such a long time to secure the financing. Having been in business a long time, makes me a little bit nervous about when a finance company doesn't want to come to the table. It usually, after looking at it, says it's not a financeable project. So that's what's concerning me a bit, for our money as well as for your money. I don't want to see you lose, and I don't want to see us lose. And having gone so long without anyone giving a commitment just makes me wonder how viable the project is financially, that's all.
Okay, addressing the timeline, everybody here knows that we did not know right from day one where the money was coming from, correct? We all understood that we were going to put an application in for the P3 fund. Approximately 6 months had elapsed before we heard back. Then we started moving forward on applications, and we were hit with an OMB hearing appeal. Faced resistance from a local businessman. That took approximately another 6 months, 5-6 months. So when we're looking back to June of 2011, and now we're probably, 14, 15 months, 16 months, let's say 1 year has been consumed with the P3, with the OMB, plus other resistance, waiting, we're getting our zoning in place, we've had summer vacation. Being a non-for-profit organization, a true non-for-profit organization group, the banks were all in favor of supporting this project. They wanted to see a commitment for construction financing in place. They also wanted to see financial fiscal forecasts put in place. We've had to supply them with traffic studies, the whole 9 yards, which we've committed. They wanted to see an appraisal put in place, which we've now finalized. So there was a lot of not challenges, but there was a lot of hurdles to go through, especially when you're dealing, like I say, a not-for-profit group. We're probably setting a different precedent here than anything else in the city. With what Mr. Todd had mentioned, right from day one, we always understood that we were basically following the model of the Boys and Girls Club, and that's how I proceeded with this project. I know we've taken, or it has taken some time, but with any big developments of this size, it takes time. And I want to make sure that this is done right. And this is at the point, this is where we're at right now at this point, where we've got 2 commitment letters of construction financing. We've got a bank. Basically, I don't have to reread the letter. You understood the letter. And that is at the position where we're at. I'm just asking for a little more time to finalize the financing. If it can't be put in place, I'll be the first one to come back and say thank you. It didn't work out.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, you know what, I'm going to ask our CAO.
Okay.
I think he's hearing us closely. I think he's got a suggestion.
Well, Mr. Mayor, and we did meet with Mr. Chamberlain and Mr. Gotti last week, and the group has been, working very hard to get this done. We put together the report for you tonight to give you an update, put 2 options. You can basically say to the group tonight, we first reported on this. I was just looking. I didn't realize it was that long ago, but it was June of 2011, so we're over a year now into this. So I think in fairness, the city has been going down this path in cooperation with the club. But I think if you've got the 2 options. You can either say tonight, we've done, we wanted to have this completed, we have to move on. Or the other thing you can do is extend. But I would suggest that if council wants to look at an extension, we put a sort of drop-dead date on this and say, look, if the club is not able to put the financing in place and have that confirmation reviewed by our treasurer, say by December 31st of this year, that basically the project just goes away. Because we've got a capital budget we're going to be dealing with early in the new year. As the report indicates, we've got about $4.4 million that we deal with that's in our budget. If we have to allocate $1 million of that, we've got some tough decisions to make in terms of where our financing is going. So I think if council wants to give them some more time tonight to see if they can put the financing together, I'd suggest you put a definite drop-dead date on it. And if it's not accomplished by that date, so the group would know tonight, if you don't meet that deadline, this project's over as far as the city's concerned.
So there's a suggestion to give an extension, but with a drop-dead date and a deadline. So that's a suggestion from our staff. Is there some direction from council with the motion? Councillor Ioannoni?
That wasn't the only thing outstanding. Staff says that a number of conditions of the project are not complete, and the bottom of that is a business plan submitted for the operation of the facility. The group provided a financial forecast prepared by its accounting firm for both construction and operation, supported by commitments from users in the club and other groups. Staff believe the business plan will be vetted by third-party Perry financiers who will evaluate the viability of the project. So we don't even have a viable business plan before us. Am I understanding this correctly?
No.
No?
Excuse me. No. What that's saying is that the evaluation, they had a business plan originally, which didn't have any financing arranged. Just to correct some comments that were made, the original commitment that was made by the original banking institution required city guarantees of the loans, which we said at the time was not something that the city was prepared to do. This council said we wouldn't be guaranteeing the loans during construction, and we wouldn't be guaranteeing the loans on the takeout financing. So that was another issue that had to go back and get dealt with. We had in the prospectus to go out and get this financing, the club has invested, their auditing firm put together a prospectus, which is a 2-year operating plan, which, as the report is indicating, is being vetted by the financial institutions, and they'll be the judge of whether that is viable or not. Again, that's the individual, the companies that will be vetting the business plan. So they have done a 2-year financial forecast. They put together a prospectus that the information's been provided to the banking institutions. We received a copy of that just recently as well, which is the most up-to-date information. And it's in staff's opinion that the banking institutions will, because ultimately the banking institutions are the ones that are going to be taking the risk on the loan, they're going to be the ones that are going to vet whether there's whether the business plan's sufficient to get the loans paid back.
Okay, Mr. CAO? If we just follow up that, there are some other things in the report. Site plan is one issue. We went over 3 or 4 things with Mr. Chamberlain at our meeting last week. So the financing is the big one, but those other items in the report would have to be addressed and finalized as well before we get to that December 31st deadline date.
Councillor Yates? Yeah, Tim, how are you? I got some concerns about the whole project, but maybe you can help me, because this has gone on for a long, long time, as we know. You made a statement earlier that the club is looking at being $3 million in debt.
Yes.
All right. Now, what type of interest rate, if you've got to borrow $3 million, what type of interest rates are you looking that you're going to have to pay that back? Because you know what, everybody wants to support the project, but you know what, I'm really concerned about the club and the long term, what happens with the club. So on the money that you're looking at being $3 million in debt, what type of interest rate are you going to have to pay to get that kind of money to support that? Do you have any idea?
Well, I don't know. I'm dealing with the Bank of Montreal right now, and they've given me a pretty comfortable letter that they're looking at the project. I know the one commitment that you're probably looking in front of you with Harbor Edge, the interest rate is a little high. That's why I'm looking at actually a financial institution rather than that Harbor Edge, which Mr. Body has guaranteed that commitment letter. With Nikon is a different commitment letter that would be, when I talked to the president of the club, or the of Nikon, it would be prime.
I just want to say, Tim, it's a lot of money, all right? And that's my concern. I'm really concerned about the well-being of your club on a go-forward basis. It's a lot of money, and whatever you do here, cover yourself so that you're not going to have long-term effects on the club. I think that's, and the kids. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a project that you have your heart and soul into it, and I get that. But at the end of the day, you got to make sure what you're doing is going to work. And you know what? If it's not going to work, where the club's going to survive, the kids are going to survive, you might take a serious look at walking away at some point.
Well,
that's all I'm telling you.
Okay.
Just be very careful.
First of all, the club's been in existence for 52 years in this city. It's pretty viable. I know there's lots of competition. There's 7 other There's 6 other soccer clubs in Niagara Falls, just so everyone's aware. There's not 2 or 3, there's 7 in total. bringing and putting all this together, information together. I haven't gone to a friend or a neighbor as an accountant. I'm dealing with Crawford Smith and Swallow, a very reputable firm. I've basically spent I don't know how many hours on putting this project. Matter of fact, I used to work for the city of Niagara Falls and run the arenas and rent, distribute time, collect monies, revenue. I have a very good background in running an operation like this. I understand and I appreciate your concern, but I don't think any bank is going to step forward if there's red lights flashing all over the place. So, and I would never subject either the city or the club into that position either, if that's the case.
Just before I ask council for a motion, I know Mr. Body's motion that he'd like to address council as well. So, we're going to just invite you up here. George, if you'd like to come up here. And then we're going to ask council for a decision. There's a suggestion by our CAO that we give them this one last extension with a drop-dead date. He had suggested possibly the 31st of December, after which it would immediately go away. There would be no reconsideration. It will not come before this council. That's a suggestion before our CAO. So we'll hear from Mr. Body. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just want you to know, I've worked on this project from day one. I'm very confident that the club is very close to getting the financing in place. We keep talking about the Boys and Girls Club. The Boys and Girls Club took 2 years before they put a shovel in the ground. It started off in March of 2008, and they broke ground in April 2010. As Mr. Chamberlain mentioned, we've had many hurdles. We've had the OMB, which we lost 6 months. I'm not going to speak too much about that, but we are very close also in finalizing the site plan approval. We've had many meetings with the Conservation Authority and CN, and we will meet all the requirements. It's a reasonable request to have a drop-dead date of December 31st. I understand the pressures from senior staff that in January the budget comes due. So I would ask council to seriously consider a drop-dead date of December 31st, and by then it's either a do-or-die situation. Thank you.
I think I'm the president of the soccer club, the sole spokesman for the soccer club. We have members. Mr. Body is not a part of our executive, although he showed a lot of commitment towards this project. I think that maybe that would be appropriate or proper if it was coming from me, that we would be asking for and supporting what Mr. Todd had mentioned. Okay? Just so it's clarified, George is not an executive member on our club. I think it would be proper that it came from me.
Okay, council, you've heard the discussion, you've heard the debate. We've got a suggestion here that looks like it would be acceptable with the soccer club. It's up to you to make that decision. What motion would you like to make? Councilor Morocco.
Your Worship, I think you can see that we're all struggling. I'm not sure. It's a number of things. It's the lack of information that's been brought forward that we expected. I actually really only anticipated on supporting this project if it was a P3 application. It hasn't met that. So I was determined to withdraw the support. But at this point, after hearing their plea and seeing where they are at this point, I would actually put forth and support the recommendation that we provide them another extension only till December, as our CEO said. Ken, is that what you said? I'm sorry, through the mayor. December 31st. Drop dead. If they don't meet the requirements, fully meet the requirements that we're looking for, the application is not to come before us again.
Okay, we have a motion by Councillor Morocco. We have a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. And the motion is that we give one last extension to December 31st as a drop-dead date, that they fulfill all the requirements, after which time the application will die in the vine, so to speak. That is so it gives them opportunity to deal with this issue. Councillor Carrier.
The date of the 31st of December, no one's here. That's, I don't think, I mean, should you look at your calendar and say, should it be at
We're
least...
open.
Should at least be a date
We're open,
where
we'll be
you're
here.
still open? You open that day?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We don't start partying until after 4:30 on the 31st.
Well, 4:29.
Before you leave that day. Yeah. You don't have a council meeting until January, but
Yeah.
it doesn't matter.
You say that's what he's saying. Won't come to council.
It wouldn't matter if we just picked the 31st date. If all of that information isn't done and confirmed and in our hands that day, it doesn't matter if it comes to council. It's not coming back to council.
So, is there any other discussion to the motion before we call the vote? Everyone understands the motion? Okay.
It's an extension till the 31st.
That's right. Final extension to the 31st. Okay. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. And opposed? Okay, it passes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Make hay.
No gray area on the side. No gray.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you for your patience, everybody. You're going to miss my mayor's remarks. Where are you going? This is the best part of the meeting.
Too bad.
All right, I'll do my best to be... Yeah. Too bad. No, she said too bad. Oh, come on. I can't. There's some of the stuff's old already. It's like last Christmas stuff. I'll be quick. I'll be as quick as I can. Obituaries. First off, with sadness, we mentioned the passing of Kathy Odekirk DiPietro, who was a city employee after a long battle with cancer. Also, we'd like to acknowledge the death of our CAO, Ken Todd's mother, Elaine, who passed away peacefully recently. Special remarks, congratulations to Christine Elia in my office, who gave birth to a baby girl, Kira. So she's happy, she's done, and the watermelon has left her body. Also, as per our clerk, going forward until the end of the year, council meetings will begin at 5 p.m. to accommodate budget discussions. For those of you at home that are still watching, we will be starting at 5 p.m. the rest of our meetings to the end of the year. The inaugural Who's Your Caddy charity mini putt tournament was held October 16th at the Dinosaur Mini Putt, and it was a great time. We had some great mini putters, including Councillor Gates and Councillor Morocco. We'd like to thank Harry Oakes and Joel Noden of HOCO for hosting us and providing the food at Boston Pizza and the event, the venue. Also to Wayne Campbell for being the tournament chair, to JP Marketing for providing the prizes, and to Twig and Berry for wrapping all the prizes. It was a great day. It was a lot of fun, and we thank everyone for coming out. We raised $5,000 for Project Share. Sleep Cheap started, the room started becoming available yesterday for our 9th year. All the hotels are involved. Anyone that wants any particulars, just go to the city's website, niagarafalls.ca. You can see what hotels are participating and how best to reach them. The 39th Annual Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, we had over 500 people, as Michael Corrin was our special guest speaker. It was a very good event. Now, Councillor Pietrangelo has represented the city at a number of events, including hosting the 2012 Niagara Falls Summer Trillium Awards, including the Niagara District Firefighters Association event at Station 6, and including representing us at the Niagara Falls Girls Hockey Association Fall Classic Tournament. So we appreciate him covering for those. Councillor Morocco representing us at the 3rd Annual Ghosts Conference and Psychic Expo. Thank you for being there. CBC's Hockey Night in Canada had their play-on event where they took over Victoria Avenue. It was a big event. We had CBC here live, and I know Councillor Gates was there in attendance, and they had big crowds. The weather was outstanding, and they're already asking if they can come back next year. Night of Arts was held at the Niagara Falls History Museum on the outdoor stage, and again it was a good night. I know Councillor Gates was there, and again the weather worked out. It didn't start raining until after 11, which worked out great. The Canada-China Business Council Mayor's Forum took place in Markham. Along with myself went Serge Felicetti and Councillor Morocco, as we're building bridges with our Chinese friends. The Niagara Falls Queen Street Park grand opening took place just a couple of weeks ago. I was joined by Councillor Gates and Councillor Iannoni. As well, At that same time, we had the Hatch building renovations reopening next door, where Hatch has made a long-term commitment. They spent millions of dollars renovating their building. They've made a long-term commitment to Niagara Falls and to our downtown. As well, Councillor Maves was there as well. And they cited specifically the reason they are staying, and they spent millions of dollars and have hundreds of well-paying professional engineers next door. It's because of what's happened in our downtown. They said that is the sole reason that they decided to stay and reinvest. So we're very happy about that. Also, you should have received in your packages Little Tykes, which is one of the major playground equipment manufacturers in North America, has chosen the Niagara Falls McBain Playground as one of the best in the world. So we received some great accolades, and we're now on the cover of their catalog, which is great. Recently met with the Chinese ambassador to Canada on his visit to Niagara Falls, and we're planning some very special events for the Chinese New Year, details to follow. We just recently had the grand reopening downtown and ribbon cutting of Paris Crepes on Queen Street. Also, we'd like to thank Council's support for Steve Ludzik's Celebrity Roast at Club Italia in support of Parkinson's. We had all the big guns from the NHL here. It was amazing. Since the strike was going on, they were all available, and the place was just jammed. I want to thank Councillors Maves, Cario, Gates, Peter Angelo, and Morocco for being there that night at the event, and it was a big success. Also, we had a meet and greet with the Bulgarian Consul General recently, as well as the Conference of Abruzzese at the Doubletree. We've had international, Niagara Falls has been international. We've had delegates from all over the world coming here. It's been a great lesson for me learning other languages with each of these groups. Recently, we witnessed the Prince Philip School Science Fair, which was the world record for the largest practical science lesson at multiple locations. We celebrated the grand opening of Lynn's Farm at the Seneca Theatre on Queen Street. Councillor Gates was there, and I'm told by everyone, including John Law, who wrote the report, and wrote the review, rather, of the play. And you know, John calls it the way he sees it. He doesn't sugarcoat it, and he gave it a very positive review. And every person I've spoken with said it was fantastic, and I know Councillor Gates, you did too. You said the second half you're very impressed with it, and that it's classic quality theater right in our downtown for a reasonable price. So get down there and check it out before they start their Christmas season. They've got the Christmas show coming up very soon as well. Jimmy Stewart reproduction. Grand reopening of Pulp Comics took place at the old Spera Theatre. Before that, Pop Tones on Queen Street had a great turnout. We had all of our superheroes there that day as well. We had a grand opening of Paulo's Cafe right across from the hospital. Red Bull had their Crashed Ice qualifier in St. Catharines recently. Reminder to everyone that December the 1st, we're going to be having the Red Bull Crashed Ice event right here in Niagara Falls. It's going to be nationally televised on NBC. We're expecting 60,000 up guests here that weekend. It's going to be very, very exciting as we kick off the world tour to the world's fastest growing sporting event. I visited Father Hennepin class recently. We had the 50th anniversary of Sunstrom Florist for the After 5 event for the Chamber of Commerce. 50 years on Longhurst, so it was a pretty exciting event. Councillor Morocco was also in attendance. Let's go through this. Winter Festival of Lights is celebrating their 30th anniversary. They're going to be kicking their event off this year, the 6th of November. All councils invited. It's going to be a very big and exciting event. I'd like to thank Councillor Gates for attending the Napa Auto Parts grand opening. Councillor Morocco, thank you for attending the Amore Eyewear grand opening in the Orchard Grove Plaza on Lundy's Lane, and as well Dr. Ken Abraham's Family Medicine grand opening in that same plaza. Thank you for covering us for that. And of course, we had the school marathon the same day as the Niagara Falls Marathon take place this past Sunday in the Rapids View Drive, where we had 2,000 elementary schools. Upcoming events as we close out our remarks. Of course, tomorrow is a very special day as Councillor Peter Angelo celebrates his birthday. And that happens in about 2 minutes. We can all wish him happy birthday. That's right. Thank you for that. He's been telling us it's February 30th for a long time, but we do know that it is tomorrow. Grand opening taking place Thursday, October 25th of the Citizenship and Immigration Center on Portage Road, conversion of Paul Foy Pontiac. Also to remind everyone, the 39th annual United Way Poor Boy auction takes place at the Americana this Thursday, beginning at 5 p.m. They've got a bunch of lunches up and coming. Just go to their website. Their website is unitedwayniagara.org if you want to find out about all their events. Arts and Culture will have their Wall of Fame at the Niagara Square this coming Saturday. Adam Vitaturna Memorial Fundraiser will be at Club Italia Saturday, October the 27th, this coming Saturday. And a reminder that the Chamber Lunch with Niagara Regional Police Chief Jeffrey McGuire will be at the Crown Plaza Tuesday, October the 30th. I want to remind everyone that the Enchanted Pumpkin Gala is going to take place at Mount Carmel Spiritual Center. We've got the grand opening of the Niagara Military Museum at the Armory on Victoria, Saturday, November the 3rd. Last page. The annual Chippewa, and just this is for everyone to remember, Remembrance Day, the annual Chippewa Remembrance Day service will take place Sunday, November the 4th at 1:30 p.m. at the Chippewa Willoughby Arena. And reminder that this year Remembrance Day falls on the Sunday, the November the 11th. It's going to take place at the Gill Center at 10:30 a.m. We're also celebrating the 100th year anniversary of World War I Vimy Ridge. And that concludes the Mayor's remarks for today. Yes, Councillor Morocco.
Worship, just want to correct you on, or maybe I heard it wrong, but the Winter Festival Lights, did you say it's the 6th? Because I have the 3rd.
The 3rd. You are right. You are
okay.
Correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you for that correction. It is the 3rd of November, which is Saturday, and it'll be the 30th anniversary. So everyone's invited to take part in that event. Thank you for that correction. Any other comments of council? Okay, moving on to communications and comments.
Move 1 and 2.
Just shows me listening.
Okay, move 1 and 2, Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Carriot. Any discussion of those? All in favor? Okay, thank you. Item 3, requesting councillors participate in the planning, promotion, execution of 2012 FCM Conference and Trade Show. Do we have, right now we have Councillor Morocco involved on the committee. Yes, Councillor Iannoni. No. Right now we have Councillor Iannoni. Is there any other interest in any other member? I'm sorry. It's getting late. We have Councillor Morocco. Is there any other councillor interested in participating on the committee on FCM? Okay. Councillor Iannoni would like to participate. Anyone else? Okay. Councillor Thompson is helping out from the convention center side.
I'll move all 3. I'll help when I can.
Okay, and Councillor Gates as well when available. Okay, that's great. Okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Maves, that we move those 3 names forward. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Item 4, Greater Niagara Circle Route Committee is asking that a member of Municipal Council be appointed to the Regional Advisory Committee. Mr. Clerk?
They're asking for a municipal appointment. I don't know if that's necessarily a councillor. It's gone to the park in the city, and my understanding is Mr. Frank Forer is interested.
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, but he said he will only do it if no one else will. So
well, let's
see if other names come forward. Perhaps the motion could just be to pass it on to the park in the city.
Okay. Is there anyone right now currently interested from council? Yeah, is it going to come back to us anyway from?
Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah. Is this going to, Mr. Clerk? Is this going to have to come back to us for approval anyway from Park in the City if it is Mr. Ford? Yeah. All right, Councillor Pietrangelo. Okay, moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Gates, that we approve Mr. Ford to go to the regional committee. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Downtown Board of Management.
Move it.
Okay. Okay, moved to refer to staff by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Maves. All those in favor? Okay. SPN Slow Pitch requesting the city consider converting utility fields at Cummings Park as baseball diamonds. Yes, Councillor Morocco? In favor? Second by Councillor Maves. Refer to staff. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Town of Fort Erie has a resolution supporting Dr. Smith's report for a new Niagara South Hospital and a Fort Erie Urgent Care Center. Moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Iannoni. Any discussion to that? All in favor? Okay. Okay, City of Welland as a petition. What's that? No, we don't, that we put the hospital in Welland? I don't think we want that one.
I thought it was to see if it's
No,
immunological.
Well, there's two parts to it. Pardon me?
You support half? Yeah, you support half of it, the second half.
And the second part says, that a new hospital will be located in Welland. They're trying to catch us. That looked like a Trojan, I'd call that a Trojan resolution. Okay, so, okay, so how do we do this then? How do we, if they have a resolution, if they have a, a petition, how do we handle this, Mr. Clerk? If we want to support first part but not the second part, what do you recommend?
You've already gone on record supporting the first part, and we can let Welland know that.
Okay. Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Carrier, that we notify Welland that we do support the first part. The Nick Roma Foundation requesting a fee waiver for fee rental for fundraiser. Moved by Councillor Iannoni, second by Councillor Morocco. Any discussion of the motion? All those in favor? Okay, it's approved. Any additional items for Council, Mr. Clerk?
No, Your Worship.
Okay. We have two resolutions here regarding Red Bull Ice. Do we have a direction from Council? Moved by Councillor Morocco, seconded by Councillor Thompson, that we move both first and second resolution. Any discussion to the resolutions? Okay, we have a conflict by Councillor Carrier on number 2. All those in favor? Okay, it's approved. Now we have the consent agenda. What's the will of Council?
I'll second it, Your Worship, but I have questions on 2 of them.
Okay, which 2 are they, Councillor?
MW 2012-49.
Okay.
And CS 2012-28. So I'll second the motion.
Okay. Anybody want anything else pulled? Okay, so we'd like to move the other items with the exception of these 2. Motion by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Maves. All those in favor? Okay. So we're looking first at MW 2012-49 Neighborhood Park Improvement Project Mount Carmel in Valor Parks. Councillor Peter Angelo.
Thank you, Your Worship. My only question, and I guess through you to Mr. Holman, thank you for the report. I know the residents are going to be happy. We're spending 188 of the 300 allotted, and it does say that there are other costs that are going to come forward. Do you have a handle on how much is still to come forward? And I guess what I'm getting at is there going to be enough room to do another park this year? Or is this the 2 that we're going to do? That's all. I mean, I'm just looking at a way of spending the full 300 so that maybe we get 3 parks in as opposed to 2. That was my only question.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have a list of the other items that will be adding to the park. The contract for the work that we want specifically done by Stevensville has been set out. There's some additional lighting and parking improvements, things like that. But I can provide a list of the other items. Is the suggestion that we would reallocate some of the balance of the funds towards the next project?
Well, I guess, Your Worship, what I'm trying to say is, I mean, we've allotted $300,000 for park improvements, and in improving these 2 parks here, we're spending 188 of our 300. In the report, it does say that there's going to be some additional costs. I mean, if the additional costs are only $10,000 or $12,000, we still have another $100,000 left in that account. So I guess my question is it minor costs that we're looking at picking up in the future? And if so, can we get another park in this year?
I don't believe we can get another park completed before the balance of the year. The best we could do would be to purchase playground equipment and have it stored until next year. But we're starting to get into 2013 capital budget discussions now. And I don't know the next one on the list. Perhaps it would be helpful if I provided an itemized list of what else would be completed in these projects and where we might see there is some surplus. And if we wanted to carry any unspent funds into site development for next year. I know that we are working on Forestry Park, and we have had some public meetings so far, but there's no construction dollars set aside for that park this year. I don't expect that there would be a lot left over, but I'll provide an itemized list of what else has to be added to those parks, and then perhaps you can give us some direction at the next meeting.
Your Worship, I don't need an itemized list. I'm pretty confident in Mr. Holman, and if he says that pretty much all of the funds are going to be used up, then I trust his judgment on it. I was only asking the question to see whether or not we can get another park in. If the answer is no, then I appreciate the answer.
Not construction. We could do some design and maybe some survey work, but I don't think we'll have the resources available to us.
Yeah, and Your Worship, even if the money's not there, even if we can start the process and go through the public meetings, it'd be nice to put out the notification and get the residents engaged now so that they know that their park is going to be redone in the spring. That's all.
Okay, great, thank you. And then item TS 2012-28, overnight. Oh, yeah. Motion to approve MW 2012-49, Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Carrio. All in favor? Okay, thank you. And then TS 2012-28, overnight parking policy and procedure.
Thanks, Your Worship. I know the recommendation is just for the information of council. I just had a couple questions about this one, and it's about the overnight parking policy and the fact that we allow people to buy a parking pass. Now, I guess my questions would be through you to Mr. Dren. So, the parking pass is only valid from May to November, right? Because no one can park on the street during the winter months anyway, when there's snowplow operations. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, no, it's valid all year long.
So they're allowed to park on the street during the winter time?
As well as the summertime, yes.
As well as the summertime?
Yes.
They just have to move their car?
Yes.
Or do we go back and do snowplowing?
It's a hit and miss. Sometimes we go back, sometimes we don't. It's just, we ask them to move it. I mean, we're not stringent on that.
Okay. Then my only concern was on page 2, and it would be in the 3rd paragraph, where it talks about the uses of garages. And my only concern is that we're not sort of inviting people to get a parking pass. So we're not really opening it up as a revenue generator. We're basically telling people that if they have a garage, they have to use it to put their vehicle in. I mean, I guess I have a problem with that because, you know, there's other parts to a house that we can't actually stipulate what they do. So I guess I have a problem with telling them that if they have a garage, that's where their car has to go. I mean, it's like telling someone you have a dining room, that's where you got to eat. You can't convert your office to a bedroom, you know, or your bedroom to an office. I mean, they're paying taxes on the property, and I mean, if they want to pay the city more money so that they don't have to put their car in there, I guess I just don't understand why we're not up to taking the money.
With regards to the money aspect, I think it's time to review this. I was asked, you know, back when I was asked to bring this forward, just as an information, just provide information on what you do today. So there was nothing there that says here's what we should do, should we reinvestigate it. It was just here's the information, how it came about, what we do, and if you see in the report, it initially started as a $150 charge.
Right.
And then it was later reduced, within about a month, it was reduced down to $50 because of affordability. And really what we were trying to achieve at the time was to deal with people that are potentially in older areas of the city that don't have on-site parking and to try and assist them. You know, so the uptake isn't tremendous, but I think the feedback we get both is pro and con in both directions. And I think it's sort of tilting towards people like the streets clear, they like what they see, and hence that's why we're called out so many times to deal with the situation. And you know, the majority of our activity is from complaints, and that's why we started that process of giving warning tickets as an initial one, just to say there is a bylaw, and you know, be aware of the bylaw. Also, there is an opportunity if you don't have enough parking on your driveway or on your property there's also a permit opportunity. So we do it as an education process when we go there. So if council would like me to come back with a report to review this, it's been in place since, you know, as I indicated, you know, since 1990. That you know, maybe it's time to review it. I don't know.
That's a good idea. Well, there's two issues here, it looks like. First review is Councillor Pietrangelo suggesting that because someone has a garage, why do they have to park cars in it? Some people turn it into a workshop. Some people you know, use it as storage for their snow blowers and things like that. So that was number one. And number two, the fee, the $50 fee, was set in 1990. So we're suggesting, you know, it's been how many years? It's been 22 years. Maybe it's time to look at it. So that's what they're reviewing.
Okay, so you're just looking at the cost of the permit?
Both. Two things. The review of the cost and the idea of a garage, that someone has to use the garage for putting cars in.
Well, I just don't want to, I don't mind a review. I think the cost is affordable, and it's usually people who are living in the older areas of the city where they, for whatever reason, legally or illegally, have two apartments, and they don't have proper parking there, so they don't have any choice. And whether we're getting tickets all the time, and at least there's a system now where you can get through and resolve the problem. I don't know how many people have approached me over the years, I have no place to park. Well, you got to go down and get a permit. I don't mind the permit. If somebody's abusing the garage situation, I think that's pretty difficult to control that. But I just don't want to interfere with the opportunity in these built-up old areas of the city where there isn't any parking to not have the option to solve their problem for them.
Yeah, no, we support I think we're supportive of the idea of a...
I don't want to take it away.
No, I don't want to take it away, no. Okay, so we have a motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Carriel, that we have this report reviewed. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, it passes. Thank you. Bylaws. Mr. Clerk, any additional bylaws for council? Okay.
Motion bylaws to give first reading.
Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Maves, that motion, bylaws be given a first reading. All those in favor? Okay, approved.
Bylaws 2012-100 to 2012-109 read first time.
Second and third reading.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Carrier, that the bylaws be given a second and third reading. All those in favor? Okay.
Bylaws 2012-100 to 2012-109 read a second and third time and passed.
Any new business? Councillor Wayne?
Just a couple of items, I'll be quick. The first one is we, at our last meeting, had a presentation on the Age-Friendly Community Initiative, and we actually supported that unanimously, considering the interest of older adults. Subsequent to that, I had somebody tell me about when they and another senior walked to one of our city parks and found no benches to sit on when they got there. They were requesting that we look at installing benches in all our city parks so that if seniors who walk there, they're able to sit and rest. So that's just a request I'm bringing up and passing on.
Any park in particular, Councillor?
I can't remember which one it was. We haven't met enough this year. It's been too long. It might have been Hoke, I'm not sure. But I also have a public service announcement. The Niagara Falls Humane Society is having its second annual pasta dinner on Tuesday, November 6th from 4 to 7 p.m. at Lundy's Lane United. Last year, it was so popular. We ran out of pasta. I just kept running out of things. They're rushing out to the store and buying more. So this year they're limiting it to 200 tickets. They're available now, $8 in advance at the Adoption Center at Niagara Square. There'll be, if there's any left, there'll be $9 at the door that night. It's dine in or take out. Pasta, salad, burnt dessert, of course meatballs and sauce to go with the pasta. So $8 in advance. It's Tuesday, November 6th, 4 to 7. What's that? and you can get them at the adoption center at the square.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councillor. Any other new business? Councillor Thompson?
Normally, at this time of night, would have said I'm not going to bring these things up, but I just got time to go into work now, so I'll leave directly from here. I had a call from an elderly senior, and I talked to the clerk about this, about people, and this was actually on a Sunday when she was had a knock at her door, and somebody was trying to look at her utility bills, and kept her at the door, insistent, because she was a senior. She had a very difficult time, and called me and said, how do you people let this happen? Well, impossible to prevent that, I guess, but it is illegal, particularly on a Sunday. These people should have licenses. They attempt to get an elderly senior's hydro or utility bills and get the information off them, and they convert them without them done in the media to suggest to the public that people are not legally going around your utility bill when somebody comes around, particularly on a Sunday. So I just bring that up just as an information item. I remember I made the same speech many years ago when I was sitting there, and made the mistake of mentioning the name of one of the people who were involved, and there was a long attempt at a lawsuit against me, but was unsuccessful.
Want to tell us who that was?
Yeah, sure. The other thing, and I have been sitting back stewing about this for some time. When I see what is happening with the OLG, Ontario Lottery and Gaming, I sit there, and the location of a casino in the GTA is, without exception, certainly going to have an impact. And we have casinos here, so it's impossible for us to say, don't give them or the opportunity for a casino. But I really get concerned when I hear comments about, and the forceful comments about, you have to have a casino up here, there's 12,000 jobs, you're going to have a convention center and a hotel, and all of the very positive comments about this. And in fact, we're the ones that are going to suffer down here. And I think the only thing we can do, and I understand there has been some discussions about this, and I was cautioned, be careful what you say. We don't want to upset the government. We don't want to upset the OLG. I don't know why. I've tried to deal with them on numerous occasions about different things, but I think we should send a resolution on to the government, because I hear from people in Toronto in the restaurant business who are not in favor of casinos. I hear people in the theater district that are not in favor of casinos, and I think it would be prudent for us to say anybody who is interested in a casino, they have all these regions set up now, they're going to ruin the whole opportunity for successful destinations that have casinos. When you can go next door, why do you have to go to the next community? So I'd like to see a resolution passed and sent on to the government that any community thinking of a casino, commercial casino, it be done through referendum the same way that we did previously, and hopefully that'll give at least the public the opportunity to express their opinion, rather than the way it's being done now. 12,000 jobs in Toronto, and yet there's no word or comment about closing all of the slots, affecting adversely the racetracks, probably 55,000 jobs being lost, and the impact on the rest of the commercial casinos in Ontario with the expansion, and in my opinion, just another tax on Ontarians. So I so move we send that resolution on to them.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Wing. Councillor Morocco?
I can support that. I just want to add to Councillor Thompson, the fact is, when we talk about how many jobs, it's one thing to talk about how many jobs, but how many full-time jobs. And when our casino first opened, I think that we all knew there was a lot of full-time jobs. Those full-time jobs aren't there. They're mostly all part-time jobs, which is really a huge deterrent on our tax base and people supporting our economy here. So, you know, the promises that we got, yeah, they came and they sure went fast as well. So I just have to say that I hope that Toronto supports that, and I have to say that I spend a lot of time in Toronto working, and I hear the same thing too, that Toronto is not in favor of, well, most of the areas in Toronto downtown are not looking forward to a casino there. So I know now that they're looking at another site, but I'll support Councillor Thompson.
It's also of interest that the CNE board just voted opposing a casino as well. So the good news is there's a lot of infighting. They're having a civil war there, so we don't want them to turn their guns toward us. They're having a civil war, so let them fight it out. And I agree, I think that's a great resolution. And you're right, there's a lot of opposition to this. A lot of people realize some good things come with it and bad things come with it. And certainly a good resolution. The clerk would like to comment.
Well, I'm not really sure who we're sending the resolution to, since the government's prorogued these days. Well, there was a resolution that's made its way around prior to this, which I hadn't brought forward yet, and it was a private member's bill, which was basically suggesting that, you know, a referendum have to take place, that an amendment to the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Act take place, so that referendum's a requirement in a municipality, which I think is along the line of what you're speaking of, Councillor Thompson. But like I said, I don't know who I'm sending it to right now. You know. Yeah.
Minister of Finance? Premier, yes. The janitor's still there. He's still
Private members bill, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, all private member bills died.
All in favor, I guess.
Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you. Councillor Carrier?
Just a quick one, Your Worship. All party politics aside, we should send something from this council thanking Mr. McGuinty for his long-time support of the City of Niagara Falls. He was a big supporter of us on many different endeavors in the Convention Centre, the People Mover. Pretty well anything that we had a problem with, someone went to Mr. McGuinty, and he was a big supporter of ours, and I think we should thank him for the service and for his support of the council and the City of Niagara Falls.
That's okay. Got